There are copies of the Kinos schedule available in the back. We are slated to say 17 Kinos today. That's roughly the number that we usually aim for, that we almost never get to all 17. So again, it's really at your discretion. We are going to go till usually around a little bit after Chatzos. Again, anyone who's not feeling well, who's tired, has other things to attend to in the morning, certainly I will not take it personally. People are feel the need to step out earlier, to take a break during the Kinos, and so forth. Okay, before we begin, just another very brief acknowledgement. First of all, to Drew Feldman, who is our engineer for today. Today, thank God, you need a lot less equipment than you used to be able to take video, but it's very much appreciated to know that there's someone who is taking care of all of the details, so that both the people here and the people watching in various places really around the world are able to have access to the time that we're spending together. And of course to Howard in the office, who always works behind the scenes to facilitate everything we do. I try always Tisha B'Av morning to acknowledge Anna's role in all of this. For many, many years, Anna has sacrificed her Tisha B'Av for your Tisha B'Av. And everything that she does for me, for the community, which generally is under the radar, certainly should be acknowledged as well. Finally, I want to acknowledge two individuals who kind of are my inspiration for what I try to do together with you on Tisha B'Av. The first is someone that I never met, but has had an outsized influence in my life in many, not just on Tisha B'Av, but really I hope throughout the year. Rav Yosef Tov Alevi Soloveitchik, Zecher Tzadik V'Kadosh L'Bracha, among the many, many things of the elements of the legacy that the Rav left behind in this world was really what he brought to the world for Tisha B'Av, which is the notion that certainly for us today, one of the most powerful ways that we can experience Tisha B'Av is by kind of melding mind and soul, to be able to spend the day thinking about, analyzing, discussing, right, to try to touch ourselves a little bit with a better understanding, whether about the Kinos specifically or more generally, right, to try to understand what Tisha B'Av is all about. And by doing so, hopefully to come closer to achieving the potential of this day. And Gadol Chaim Tovim, my teacher, Rabbi Dr. Jacob J. Schachter, who again is perhaps the master of teaching on Tisha B'Av in our generation, that for many, many years on the west side, in Teaneck, this year actually in Yerushalayim, the Rabbi Schachter, who actually edited the Rav's writings, the Rav's teachings on Kinos, the Rabbi Schachter has kind of set the gold standard, or the platinum standard, in terms of how to really be able to work with the material of Tisha B'Av in a meaningful kind of way. Again, I don't know exactly how he does it. That he usually starts at like 9 in the morning and goes till 5 or 5:30 over the course of the day of Tisha B'Av. I just literally don't understand physically how he does that, but certainly I don't hold myself to that standard, but am inspired by what he has done for Tisha B'Av in general. So I want to start perhaps at the end, or hopefully at the end, and one of the classic Gemaras that we invoke on Tisha B'Av. It's Gemara at the end of Makos. And it's the story of Rabbi Akiva and the Kohanim. So it's actually the end of a longer section that talks about the contrast between Rabbi Akiva's perception of the world in a generation following the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash and the reaction of his colleagues. And it really underscores the notion of something which is very much critical to Rabbi Akiva's legacy, which is of radical positivity. Right? Rabbi Akiva lived in a time and personally experienced the darkest chapters in Jewish history, and yet somehow where the natural, normal, rational reaction, right, would be to be plunged into deep depression. Right? Rabbi Akiva has this unbelievable sense, right, this radical positivity of somehow being able to rescue faith and potential and joy, right, from the maw of disaster. It's a remarkable thing, and it's something which, again, a few years ago during Sirius Omer, we spent a few weeks talking about the legacy of Rabbi Akiva, and this perhaps is the best known of them. So the story goes like this. Pam achas hayu olim liYerushalayim. So one time, at some point in the years following the destruction of the Second Temple, a group of sages finds themselves on the way to Yerushalayim. When they came to Har HaTzofim, right, what's called today in English Mount Scopus, they tore their clothes. Now, Scopus, right, is obviously a Latin word. Right? It's the same word as telescope or microscope. Right? It's scopus means to look. Right? And the word Sophim, right, the Hebrew and original name for the mountain, right, means it's an outlook. Right? It's a place that it's a mountain that actually kind of almost like towers over the lower hill of Har Moriah, the Temple Mount. We say it's Tehillim Yerushalayim Harim Savivla. That Yerushalayim is actually located in almost like a basin of sorts, right? That there are mountains surrounding Yerushalayim, right? And again, that the prophecy of Navi, right? In the end of days, the Temple Mount will be elevated above all of those mountains, but that's not the topography that we're familiar with. Right, so Har HaTzofim, Mount Scopus, which of course today is where you have the Hebrew University campus, the Hadassah Hospital, right, overlooks, right, you can see the Temple Mount. So you can imagine these are Jews, right, who lived, this is literally the generation of people who saw the destruction themselves. And it was a view that was probably achingly familiar to them, right, that they weren't necessarily Yerushalmi Jews, right, but they came to Yerushalayim for all kinds of occasions. They would hit Har HaTzofim, right, and there they would see the Beis HaMikdash in all of its glory. Again, the Havdil, but the comparison I always have for people who are familiar with the New York area, right, is the looking at the skyline of New York, right, and seeing that hole where the Twin Towers used to be. And the sense of there's something off in the view. So here, certainly, even leaving beside the notion of the comparative kedusha of the buildings, here it's not just the Beis HaMikdash, but it's the idea that was once a teeming city, right? All the things we read at the beginning of Eicha last night, right? All they see is essentially burnt out devastation, right? And as was already the halacha, they ripped their clothing, right, in mourning, in acknowledgement of that experience. So far, everybody's on the same page. Rabbi Akiva, the other sages, right, the normative response, right, rend your clothing in mourning. Is when they came to the Temple Mount, an interesting question, whether they actually literally were on the Temple Mount itself, right? Certainly quite possible the Ephra HaPara, or the ashes of the Para Aduma, would have allowed you to even go into the Makom HaAzara, right? Even to the place where the courtyard of the temple used to stand. We don't know exactly where they were. Ra'u Shu'al Sheyatza Mibeis Kodshei HaKodshim. And they saw a shual, right? They used to translate it as fox, probably jackal is more accurate, coming out of the place of the Holy of Holies. Ischilu hein bochen. So they break into tears. And there's the sight of being in that location, right? It's now a den of wild animals, right? Was just devastating, right? And one imagines these two competing sets of mental images that they have in their heads. On the one hand, the Beis HaMikdash that they still vividly remember, superimposed, right, on these jackals, right, roaming around, right, a place of wilderness and devastation, right? They lost it. Rabbi Akiva Mitzach. And here Rabbi Akiva parts come and he starts laughing. Amrullah ibn Matam Mitzach. And they say, Rabbi Akiva, what are you laughing about? So he says back to them, Matam Bochim, what are you crying about? So they look at him, like he's a little bit touched. Makom shekasuv bo v'hazara karev yumas. The place the Torah says that anyone other than Kohen Gadol goes into is going to die. Right? The most holy, walled off real estate on the face of the earth. And now, now the jackals are wandering there. Hello, Nivka. How are we not going to cry? So Rabbi Akiva says back to them, that's why I'm laughing. And he cites a pasuk in Yeshaya. Va'ida li'edim ne'emanim es Uriah Cohen ve'Zachariah ben Yivarchai. The Yeshaya says, I am giving you two witnesses, two faithful, honest witnesses. And who are the witnesses, or who are the prophetic witnesses? Uriah Cohen and Zachariah. Uriah Cohen and Zachariah. The Chima Inyan Uriah Eitzel Zachariah. So Rabbi Akiva has the question, what does Uriah have to do with Zachariah? Right? What's about this? What is this prophetic juxtaposition? Uriah b'mikdash rishon, Zachariah b'mikdash sheni. Right? Uriah was a prophet during the time of the first temple. Zachariah was a future prophet in the time of the second temple. So what's going on? Elatala akasav nevuaso shel Zachariah b'nevuaso shel Uriah. That the pasuk, right, is connecting, right, is interweaving the prophecy of Uriah with the prophecy of Zechariah. So what's the prophecy of Uriah? It says, Lachein biglalchem Sion sadet techerash. Right? Uriah through the book of the Jewish people. He says, because of your sins, Zion is going to be plowed over like a field. Right? He testified there's going to be devastation. But Zechariah saw the day was coming, right? When old men and old women would walk the streets of Jerusalem and children would play, right, in the marketplaces and so forth. He says, Ad shalom niskaima nevuaso shel Uriah, haisim is yarish los niskayim. Right? Until Uriah's prophecy, right, was fulfilled. I didn't know, I was afraid, maybe, who knows whether these prophecies are real, if they're going to happen. And whether Zechariah's prophecy would ever come true. Now that I know that Uriah's prophecy came true, now I know Zechariah's prophecy will come true. He says, and that's what brought me such joy. And again, if you wanted to say that he is superimposing a third vision, right? That he is the people who are with him, the other sages, right, see the glory of the past and the devastation of the present. Right? But Rabbi Akiva sees the promise of the future superimposed on top. So they say to him, Akiva nichamtanu, Akiva nichamtanu. Akiva, you gave us our lives, our souls, our hearts back. Right? You brought us comfort. And that's Rabbi Akiva's role. Now we'll look a little bit later. We're going to come back to Rabbi Akiva's radical positivity, right, and see if perhaps there is a dangerous side to that as well. It's a very well-known Gemara. So there's one problem. Who's Uriah? Right? Yeshaya quotes the prophecy of Uriah, and we're all, we're nodding, we know the story. Oh, Uriah's prophecy. So that's the question Tosfos asks here. He says, B'chol HaMikra lo matzinu pasuk zeh min vuaso shel Uriah. We went through the whole Tanakh, right? And back then, you couldn't just Google it. You had to actually, know Tanakh yourself. Right? They went through Tanakh. There is no such prophecy of Uriah. Right? You can't find it written anywhere. Ki b'nevuaso shel Micha Maroshasi. This is a prophecy of the prophet Micha. Right? There is a book. So again, there's a book. We have a book called Sheyasar in Tanakh, which is the compilation of 12 smaller, separate volumes of prophecies. there's a prophet Micha. Thank God we read from the prophet Micha on Parshas Balak, and we read a little bit sometimes on Shabbos Shuvah. So we haven't forgotten the prophet Micha exists. But we never found such a prophecy. Right? The prophecy is said in Micha's name. You can open up the book of Micha, never quoted the name of Uriah. And this pushes the question a little bit further. Who's Uriah? Who's the prophet Uriah? There's no book of Uriah, right? Other than this Gemara, right, and this citation in Yeshaya, I have no idea who the prophet Uriah is. So I want to take you a little bit of a trip that will bring us back to the question of who Uriah is and why this pasuk is significant. 26th chapter of Yirmiyahu, we are told the following story. It's the beginning of the reign, one of the last kings of Judah, a man by the name of Yehoiakim ben Yoshiyahu. And God comes to Yirmiyahu. God tells him, I want you to go and I want you to raise your voice in prophecy. And of all the places he says, Amod b'chatzar beis Hashem. I want you to stand in the Beis HaMikdash. I want you to go to the Beis HaMikdash and give the following message to the people. Tell them, and maybe they'll do tshuva. And God says, I can scrap the plans for destruction that I have. Maybe. And he says, this is the message you're supposed to give. Right? The destruction and devastation are coming. Right? The city is going to be destroyed. The Beis HaMikdash is going to be destroyed. That's what you need to tell the people. So the priests and the prophets and all the people, right? This is a grand central station of Yerushalayim, filled, teeming with people. And they hear these, they actually call them today in English Jeremiads, right? These rantings of devastation and doom that are coming. And the people are furious with him. They grab him. The leadership, the people, everybody's furious. Lemor mos tamos. They say we're gonna kill you. Right? You have committed these quote unquote prophecies that you're uttering. This is a capital crime. So they take him. And they bring him up to, there was a court setting of sorts in the complex of the Beis HaMikdash. And the Navi then describes the trial of Yirmiyahu HaNavi. So what happened? What did he say? It was so unbelievably triggering. So he tells them the following. He says, Kishilo yiyeh habayis hazeh, v'ha'ir hazos techarav. He says, this house of God is going to be like Shiloh, and the city will be destroyed. And that's, again, if you look at the articles of impeachment, right, against Yirmiyahu HaNavi, that's number one what they say to him. How can you say such a thing? To say that the city is going to become, the Beis HaMikdash is going to become like Shiloh. Now, Shiloh, right, was the previous sanctuary of the Jewish people, the previous almost permanent sanctuary. Mishnah Zvachim says that the Mishkan stood in Shiloh for 369 years. A very long time, almost as long as the Beis HaMikdash itself lasted. Again, you think about a number 369 for an institution. Right, that's pretty significant. Right, this is the United States is pushing 250. Right, it's 369 is a long time. And in fact, as opposed to the Mishkan in the desert, which it was modeled on, right, the Mishkan in the desert was inherently portable. Right, so they had all these pieces that came apart, were designed to be carried. The Mishkan in Shiloh was stone walls. Right, they put up permanent walls for the Mishkan, and then they put, right, the draperies of the Mishkan on top of it. Right? So it was a hybrid. Right? It was somewhere in between, right, architecturally and conceptually. Right? It was somewhere between the impermanence of the Mishkan, right, and what we would later sometimes call the Beis Olamim, the eternal house of the Beis Hamikdash. Right? So during events are described in the beginning of the book of Shmuel, right, about how the Jews go out to a disastrous war, right, and the prophets already talked about the corruption that had set into Shiloh, right, and Shiloh was destroyed. Now, it's interesting, in the Sefer Shmuel, we don't actually have a description. We know the Aron is taken captive. We only know, right, the refracted trauma of the destruction of Shiloh. Right? It's not, for whatever reason, Shmuel doesn't describe it. It is described in Tehillim. And certainly the reference was very clear over here. Now, one would imagine, right, that the narrative the Jews had told themselves was that Shiloh was never meant to be permanent. And in fact, you take a look, there's actually a parak in Tehillim that pretty much explicitly says this. I didn't put my notes. Mizmor Ayin Ches, 78th chapter of Tehillim. Vayitosh Mishkan Shiloh. God rejected the tabernacle of Shiloh. Vayitein Lashavi Uzo. He put its glory, probably referenced the Aron, into exile. Vayisager Lecherev Hamo. He gave its people over to the sword. Bachuravach Laesh. Young men were consumed in fire. Kohanim v'cherev nafalu. V'almanosav lo sivakena. Right? Priests fell to the sword. The widows did not weep for it. Vayimas v'oel Yosef v'shevet Ephraim levacharin. God did not accept, right, this tent which resided in the territory of the descendants of Yosef, the tribe of Ephraim. Vayivchar es shevet Yehuda as har Tzion asher ahem. God chose. He chose the tribe of Judah. Vayivchar b'David Avdo. He chose King David. He chose Mount Zion. He chose Yerushalayim. Right? That's what they believed. Right? We are now living in a world where God has made his choices clear. Shiloh, right, was a different story. It was never meant to be permanent, right? It never had a roof. It always had the draperies, right? They sinned, but Yerushalayim, right? Zos menuchos yad. And it's true. Yerushalayim was chosen as the permanent, for all time, eternal residence, right? God's embassy on earth. So the idea that Yirmiyahu would deign to compare these two things, it was heresy. It was unthinkable. It perhaps was treasonous. Right? What's he saying? Right? The Beis Hamikdash was being destroyed. That's a rejection of Malchus based of it. Right? Of the Davidic kingdom. How could that be? And when he said those words, right, all they could see red. That's all that was possible. Now, I've wondered why Yirmiyahu chose that specific image. It's actually, there's an earlier chapter. Yirmiyahu was written out of order. That's what everyone agrees to. One of the big mysteries in studying Sefer Yirmiyahu is trying to understand what's going on, right? What the order is of the flow of the book. So earlier in the 7th chapter of Yirmiyahu, the 6th chapter of Yirmiyahu, there is a long nevuah, also offered in the Beis Hamikdash, where he talks about the idea that the persistent assumption of the Jews, right, that they have that the Beis Hamikdash itself is unassailable. Right? Nothing can happen to it. Right? The phrase that he uses, he says, don't listen to the people who tell you, Heichal Hashem, Heichal Hashem, Heichal Hashem, it's God's temple. Don't worry. right? You've got God in your back pocket, right? Nothing is going to happen to you. He says, don't listen to those people. It's going to be like Shiloh. This is an interesting question about whether the two stories are really the same. In other words, that in the beginning of the Sefer, we get the whole speech, right? And in Parashas Zayin in chapter 27, we just started to read, right? In the trial, right, we get a truncated version. Right? The focus of the chapter is about the trial. So what draws Yirmiyahu to using Shiloh as his image? That's an interesting question about prophets in general. So Yaakov Kamenetsky makes the point in Emes Yaakov, and it's really based on the Barbanel and other sources. Rabbi Yaakov takes a stand, right, in a debate, which is the question of when a Navi speaks, a prophet speaks, is he giving a direct rendition of a message given to him by God, right, or is it filtered through the language, the personality, the experiences of the prophet? And that's the prophet's job, right, is to render the message that was given to him in the way that uses his own skills and abilities and so forth. So the general understanding is that when it comes to the Vuas Moshe Rabbeinu, when it comes to Mosaic prophecy, right, how Moshe brought the Torah to the Jewish people, right, that Moshe is almost like a conduit, right? That he is, the things that he says are exactly word for word what God wants him to say. Rabbi Yaakov very much advocates for this position, right? That he says, as Chazal say, "Kishem shepar tzufei Adam ein in dom and zelozeh kach ein deoseh and Shabbos." Just like all people, right? Their minds work differently, and they're just like nobody has the same face, nobody has the same mind. Everybody functions differently. So he says that every Navi expresses his prophecy lefiko chosav utchuniosav, right? It's filtered through him. There's experience and so forth. And again, that there are many, many proofs, right, to substantiate this idea. So why Shiloh? There's a Gemara Megillah that we're going to return to in a different context later today. Gemara Megillah says that, talks about one of the last opportunities, right, to turn the train of the Jewish people before ending in inevitable destruction, and that is during the reign of Yoshiyah HaMelech, King Josiah. Yoshiyah HaMelech, the last great king of the Jewish people, brings the Jewish people into a campaign of mass tshuva. And one of the events that happens is that they find in the Beis HaMikdash a Sefer Torah, an ancient Sefer Torah, that they see as an omen. Right, that the Sefer Torah is, and according to Chazal, it's actually open to the curses, right, of the Jewish people if they don't observe the Torah. So Yoshiyah and his advisors turn to a prophetess in Yerushalayim by the name of Huldah, right, a very, very impressive woman, right, and they say, tell us, what's the word of God? So the Gemara asks a question. It says, Huldah certainly must have been a wonderful person. But what about Yirmiyahu? Right, the prophet Yirmiyahu, right, was already active at that time. Why did Yoshiyah turn to Yirmiyahu? So we'll look at another answer later today. But one answer that's given here is that Yirmiyahu was out of town. Where is Yirmiyahu? Says the Gemara, Sheholach lahachzir aseres hashvat. That Yirmiyahu went to go bring back the 10 tribes. Now, we need to revisit the timeline to understand this. More than a century before this, right? The Jewish people actually, almost 400 years before, the Jewish people had splintered into two, right? Two rival Jewish kingdoms. There was Malchus Yehuda, the kingdom of Judah in the south, right? That was it's called the original, right? Centered around Yerushalayim, right? But the 10 tribes established their own kingdom in the north, right? What's sometimes called Ephraim or Yisrael, right? And that they were rivals and even enemies at times. Sometimes they're allies as well. And the 10 tribes were exiled, right? The Assyrian Empire came in and essentially took most of those people out of Eretz Israel, and they are now known to history as the 10 lost tribes. Now, the only problem is it's not so simple that they were all lost, right? That there were remnants of them for sure, right, who were still around, right, living in the north of Eretz Israel. Yoshio lives during a time where the Assyrian Empire is crumbling, right? There's a vacuum in the Middle East. And part of Yoshiyahu's campaign of tshuva, right, is also about reuniting the Jewish people, right, of taking the last, right, sending out emissaries, missionaries, if you will, to go find these people and say it's time to come back. It's time to come back to the worship of God in Yerushalayim. And one of those people who went to the north was Yirmiyahu. And there's actually evidence of this. If you read Yirmiyahu carefully, you'll find evidence of this. And the idea that these people, right, were reunited. And ironically enough, we discover some of this later in the book of Yirmiyahu. Later in the book of Yirmiyahu, we read about the chapter of what we call Tzom Gedalia. Right? So if you remember, after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the Babylonians allow a small remnant of Jews to stay and appoint someone who's actually close to Yirmiyahu, a righteous man by the name of Gedalia, to be the governor over them. And this was, the Rambam calls this the Gacheles Achrona, the last coal, right, the last ember of the Jewish people, right? The flame that was still burning of the presence of Klal Yisrael in Eretz Yisrael, right? It was this group around Gedalia, and eventually Gedalia is assassinated, and this whole experiment comes to an end. And he's killed by other Jews. So the Navi tells us that there is a group of itinerant, wandering Jews who apparently were somehow en route to Yerushalayim when the destruction happened and didn't know what to do with themselves. He says, Vayavo, there's this group of people, and they're like, it's the most like post-apocalyptic thing you can imagine, right? It's this gang of people, right? Mugul Chezaken, Ukrue Bikadim, right? They've like ripped out the hair in their beards, their clothes are torn, right? They're wandering Miskodim, and they're all kind of like slashed, right? Which is again one of the things the Torah tells us you're not allowed to do when you're mourning, right? You're not allowed to mutilate yourself in the process. If the Torah tells us that that's the case, what do you learn from that? Yeah, that there was actually something that people used to like to do, right? One of the things that people like to do, right, was to mutilate themselves. He says, and they're carrying korbanos to bring to Hashem's house. So where are these people from? These are people who wanted to go to the Beis Hamikdash. Mishchem, Mishilo, Mishomron. Right? They're coming from the cities of Shem and Shiloh and Shomron, all of which are cities that are not in the regular borders of the kingdom of Judah. Right? And again, there are many examples of this that we find in this period specifically, right? That the borders had actually expanded, right? And that you have more people, right? This re-engagement of the so-called lost tribes with the Jewish people. So Yirmiyahu, right, had been in this area, which means that the likelihood is, now again, remember, right, Shiloh was somewhere that had been off the map in the kingdom of Judah for hundreds of years, right? It was, notwithstanding the whole story at the tabernacle, right? That it was in a different country. You needed a passport if you wanted to go to Shiloh, right, for most of the period of the kings. But Yirmiyahu may well have actually gone to Shiloh himself. Now, I had the merit to go to Shiloh about 6 months ago, together with the Chevron from the shul. See a bunch of people here who were with us when we went to Shiloh. And it was a remarkable experience, right? To go to see, it's a beautiful place. I can still picture it in my head to go with, my daughter Kinah was with us, who's her named all the way back from the original Kinah who davened in that place for a child. So we're there in this location, right, that they think, right, likely was where the Mishkan stood, right, where all these things transpired. I think Yirmiyahu took the same trip. And it must have been, right, there was the ruin. So today, like, to get, there have been thousands of years of settlement since that time. And there are, like, they show you, like, these stones are from this period, those stones are from that period, right? You need a lot of imagination to look at. I think Yirmiyahu was actually standing there in Shiloh, right? Saw the burnt stones, right? From when the Philistines came in, right, and wrecked the place, right? And it must have been, right? It was the same way that the rabbis that we started with, right, looking at the ruins of the Beis Hamikdash itself, whatever was still there. The Yirmiyahu, the image of Shiloh was so powerful that when he was like reaching inside, trying to figure out how am I going to communicate to these people how bad it's going to be, maybe that's why he chose Shiloh. Right? On his mission, right, to Shomron, to Shiloh, to go gather in the lost tribes, he must have taken a detour to see Shiloh. But the truth is, it's more personal. The Kohen Gadol of Shiloh is a man named Eli. And we're told that the days of Eli's line, right, were not going to be permanent. Right? His descendants would leave, as it were, the active priesthood. So there's a story in Sefer Melachim that tells us about his descendant during the time of King Solomon, Shlomo HaMelech, a man by the name of Evyasar HaKohen. Evyasar HaKohen is essentially fired by Shlomo HaMelech. Now Evyasar HaKohen, and Shlomo says to him, you're done. You and your descendants, you're not going to be the Kohanim Gedolim, you're not going to be the high priests. Vaygore Shlomo es Evyasar miyos Kohen LaHashem. Shlomo expelled him, threw him out from serving in that role. L'maleis dvar Hashem asher diber al beis Eli b'Shiloh, fulfilling the prophecy that had been made to the house of Eli, the high priest, still in Shiloh itself. I left something out. When Shlomo threw out of Yasser HaKohen, you know what he said to him? He says, Anasos lech al sadech. Go out. Go to the city, the village of Anasos, where your fields are. Go live there. You're not really welcome here. So 400 years later, who lives in Anasos? Anasos is Yirmiyahu Hanavi's hometown. Yirmiyahu, who is himself a Kohen, is a descendant of Evyasar HaKohen, who was expelled to Anasos, to the fields there, which remember, we have the whole story in Yirmiyahu, Yirmiyahu's ancestral field, right? And he redeems the field in the bunker in Yerushalayim. So Yirmiyahu Hanavi, right? The story of Shiloh is not just a historical story for Yirmiyahu Hanavi. It's his family story, right? That he is a descendant, right, of the priests of Shiloh who met their end together with the city. Through Evyasar HaKohen, relocated in Anasos. And the idea is that if Yirmiyahu is trying to give a message to Klal Yisrael about devastation, about destruction, and about the impact that's going to have, what is more immediate to Yirmiyahu than his own story? It would be Lahavdil. If I was ever charged, God forbid, with such a mission, prophet to the Jews of Pittsburgh, wouldn't I work back to my own family story? I talk about my great-grandparents who were shot in Poland by the Nazis. Talk about all of the aunts and uncles and cousins who today would be in the hundreds or thousands. Wouldn't that be the story of destruction that was most close to my heart? So I think that's what drew Yirmiyahu, perhaps repeatedly, to trying to wake up the people by saying, look at Shiloh. Look at the destruction there. Look at me. Look at my family. Look at our story. And tell me if you think Yerushalayim is totally impregnable. Nothing will ever, ever, ever happen to Yerushalayim. And it doesn't matter what we do or how many prophets come to us. The Beis HaMikdash will always be with us. Go back to my place in Sheba. So be that as it may, Yirmiyahu is on trial. So let's go back. Court TV. So we start with the argument for the defense. So the argument for the defense goes like this. There's a great Navi by the name of Micha Marashati. And he says, 100 years before our time, Micha prophesied that the Beis HaMikdash was in danger. In other words, this is nothing new. Right? This is something which is well within the prophetic handbook. And he says, and Micha said, Sion Sadet Techerash, Zion will be plowed over like a field. And he said, Chizkiyahu, the righteous king of the time, did he arrest Micha for treason, for heresy, right? For lack of respect for the Beis HaMikdash? No! Right? We have a long precedent, right, of, let's call it the freedom of prophets, right? Just like Micha was able to make these things, that's what Yirmiyahu is doing, nothing different. So how can it be that we're giving him a hard time for this? Let him do what he has to do. And then we come to something that the Mefarshim actually are not sure exactly what's happening. So the way that Rashi and Radak read this, and we'll stay with that for now, is that we now have a change in voice. Right? We said before we had the argument for the defense, now the argument for the prosecution. So what's the defense's argument? The Nevi'im have done this for a long time. But they have a different precedent, a more recent precedent from this king. They said, V'gam Ishayam is Nabi b'Shem Hashem, Uriyahu ben Shmayo miKiryas HaYarim. There's a man by the name of Uriah. Comes from Kiryas Yarim. Kiryas Yarim is where, like the area of Tel Stone today, if you know the area. And Uriah also gave dark prophecies. You know what happened to him? Vayishma Melech Yehoyakim, King Yehoyakim, found out about it. Vayivakesh Melech Hamiso, and our good king, quote unquote, right, wanted to kill him. So what did Uriah do? It says, Vayivrach Vayivam Mitzrayim, he fled to Egypt. He was terrified what was going to happen to him. Vayishlach HaMelech Yehoyakim Anashim Mitzrayim. Yehoyakim sends, right, he sends the sheriff after. Right? He sent the posse down to Egypt. El Nasan ben Achbor v'Anashim ito El Mitzrayim. This fellow El Nasan, the son of Achbor, and a whole group of people, and they found Uriah in Mitzrayim. They brought him back, right? Like the Mossad, right? They grabbed him, they brought him back to King Yehoyakim. They killed him, right? And they left his body out in like the potter's field. So the question is, right? How are they going to judge Yirmiyahu? Right? Are they going to give him the lenient standard that applied to Micha? Right? You can say what you want. You're a prophet. You're entitled. Or do we have a new precedent? We go after the prophets. So the story ends. Yirmiyahu was saved because of the intervention of one man. Right? There's a man by the name, one of the notables, the aristocracy in Yehuda at the time, was a man by the name of Achikam ben Shaphan. And Achikam ben Shaphan was able to save Yirmiyahu, right? But that he almost met at that moment the fate of Uriah Kohen. Almost met that same fate. Parenthetically, this fellow Achikam ben Shaphan is important because he is the father, right, of Gedaliah. And there's the Gedaliah of Tzom Gedaliah. That's Gedaliah ben Achikam ben Shaphan. And his father Shaphan is the one who was involved with dealing with that Sefer Torah in the time of Yoshiyahu, right, of trying to bring it to Huldah to interpret it, right? So you have three righteous generations of people who are in the camp of Yirmiyahu: Shaphan, Achikam, and Gedaliah. So now let's go back to our opening story. This is where the reference, other than what Yeshaya says, this is what we know about Uriah. Right? We know about Uriah, again, it's almost like looking around the corner. Right? We know about Uriah because of the story about Yirmiyahu. And that Uriah is, in this case, equated with Micha. And so therefore, and again, this is really the way the Tosfos answers this in the beginning. He says, Mashma shetiber Uriah kimo Micha. The implication of the story, right, is that Uriah and Micha, right, gave similar kinds of messages. Right? They were both prophets, right, who gave those kinds of messages of destruction. And so now we understand where that came from. Right? The Kinos says, just like Uriah, it was again, Uriah becomes almost the model, right, of a prophet who spoke about destruction, right, and paid the price for it himself. Just like Uriah's prophecy has now been fulfilled, right, so too will be the prophecy of Zechariah, right, that eventually there will be a restoration. So I wanted to start with this story by way of illustration of how much our ancestors refused to believe that any of this was going to happen. And it's interesting, part of Dr. Yael Ziegler, who wrote an incredible book on Eicha, one of the points that she makes is that, ironically enough, it was the story of Chizkiyahu, of the good king Hezekiah, right, who was 100 years before, during the time of the Assyrians, right, when Yerushalayim was almost destroyed, and then miraculously, right, on the night of Pesach, something happened. A disease runs through the camp of Sancheirib, of the Assyrian emperor, and they retreat, right? And this shock, right, we read about it in Eicha, right? Nobody thought, everybody, right, in the world, right, because of that story of Chizkiyahu, right, had this belief that Yerushalayim, in the end of the day, had this magic on its side. Lo ha'aminu malchei eretz kol yoshei teva ki yavu tsar v'oyev b'shar Yerushalayim. None of the kings, nobody in the world thought this was possible. And in fact, that this belief was so strong, right, that the prophets of God, men like Uriah, men like Yirmiyahu, right, the regular people, the nobility, the Kohanim, the prophets, the people who heard them say, can't be, right? It's not going to be, it's impossible. You're the one who's the blasphemer. You're the sinner for even suggesting that, for that lack of faith that you have. which to me raises a question. Something to think about. Who and what are we willing to listen to? Right? What ideas do we have about ourselves, about our families, about our communities, about the place of the Jewish people in the world? Beliefs that we hold on to, but that might be self-destructive, that might blind us from being able to have an accurate sense of challenges before us. And who can tell us that we're wrong? Who are we prepared to listen to, or who are we? Is it much easier to turn around, right, and demonize the prophet and say it's on their head? The first of the Kinos that we're going to say today. Again, there's a little typo here. It's the first of the Kinos in the Kinah collection. The Kinah of Rabbi Elazar Kalir Shavas Surumeni. It's on page 152 in the art scroll. I just want to point out two things here. And again, perhaps they have some meaning. So first of all, on the first page here, if you look down in the second paragraph, my eye still longs to the vision of Zechariah, the son of Berechia. So that's the story of Rabbi Akiva. Right? There's the story of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, two witnesses from Yeshaya, Uriah and Zechariah. I'm still waiting for Zechariah's prophecy. It's actually quite ironic for Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva's laughing because of that. Right? The Kalir, when writing the Kinah, right, it's in the sense of the devastation. Yeah, great, maybe there is such a prophecy, but we're stuck in the world of Uriah. Right? That when Zechariah is going to be fulfilled, right, is and unfortunately he was right. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years after this Kinah was written, until we merited a time where once again we have the old people and the children playing in the streets of Yerushalayim. But secondly, on top of page 154, Pachad Chet Shiloh Tachaf Sodah. The fear of the sin of Shiloh, right, was swiftly fulfilled. Right, and that again, right, I think perhaps to understand that again, that ancient anxiety, right, about what happened to Shiloh, and Yirmiyahu nagging in the background, it can happen here, you're not immune, don't think that it can happen again, right, that is part of kind of the constellation, right, of the horror of destruction, right, and to keep asking ourselves that question of, are there messages, perhaps, that we are not prepared to listen to as well? So we'll say the Kinah 150, Shav Asuru, page 152 in the art scroll. Shav Asuru. Sakosa Mishkan. Sakosa. Zachra. Pachad Fechi. I took Rama Bena Machakulan Skadna Be'ayalon. We spoke about murdered prophets, and perhaps the most famous of the murdered prophets was the prophet Zechariah. So I think if we could summon any writer to write a Kinah about the murder of the prophet Zechariah, killed in the Beis Hamikdash, according to Chazal, on Yom Kippur itself, by other Jews. So I would choose Edgar Allan Poe. Now, Edgar Allan Poe, of course, was not a Jewish writer himself, but was one of the great American masters of horror. So it's interesting, and this is more in the world of trivia, I guess. Edgar Allan Poe actually wrote a short story about one of the events of Shavasar B'Tammuz, right, of Bittul HaTamid. The Mishnah in Taina says on Shavasar B'Tammuz was the day that they stopped bringing the Korban Tamid in Yerushalayim. It's one of the calamities that we remember on Tisha B'Av. And there's a story, Midrash, in a number of places, that talks about how it's not clear when this happened exactly, right, but that during a war they had an arrangement with the enemy, right, that they would lower down a basket of money during the siege, and the enemy would put a sheep, right, in the basket so that the show can still go on. Right, so the Korban Tamid, the daily sacrifice would still be offered. And one time they did it, and instead they put a pig in the basket, right, and that was the day that the Korban Tamid was not able to be offered. So Edgar Allan Poe wrote a short story called A Tale of Jerusalem about this. Right, you can actually, if you're curious, you can find it online. It's a very strange story, but he wrote it. I don't know why exactly he came to this, and they describe it was not until the basket had arrived within a few feet of the Gizbarim, of the temple treasurers, that a low grunt betrayed to their perception a hog of no common size. And they end it. Keli Manu, God be with us. It is the unutterable flesh. Right? So again, what turned his attention to this story, I have no idea. But really the story that I have in mind is a story called The Telltale Heart. Right? So I'm sure probably some people might go back to, high school American literature. The story of The Telltale Heart is about someone who is a murderer. Right? He kills someone, buries the person in their basement, and is convinced, right, that he can hear the heart of his victim continuing to pulsate and beat all the time. And he insists, he says, have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over acuteness of the senses? Right? He's convinced this is real. It's happening, that it's he says, it came to his ears a low, dull, quick sound, like a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beating of the old man's heart, and it goes on. He goes, he checks the corpse. It's fine, the guy is dead. But then eventually the police come to his house. They're there to investigate. And he's talking, and he says it can't be that they can't hear, right, the beating of the heart. It's so loud, right? It's thundering in his ears. And finally, in the end, he says they're sitting, they're talking to him, and he's so convinced he hears this heart beating and beating and beating faster. It can't be. He's being made crazy, right? He says, still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. Anything was better than this agony. Anything more tolerable than this derision? I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt I must scream or die. Villains, I shrieked. I admit the deed, tear up the planks. Here is the beating of the hideous heart. And it is to this day one of the most incredible descriptions of guilt. Right? Of a person who is so, where his guilt, right, his sense of how terrible what he did was, is so acute that he's convinced that it's audible and that everybody else must be able to hear it as well. And that he could have gotten away with it, right? He's sitting there, right, with the investigators. But the pounding of his guilt is so strong, he can't even imagine that they can't hear it. So Zechariah is killed, giving a prophecy on Yom Kippur in the Beis HaMikdash. 200 years before the destruction of Yerushalayim. So the Gemara Gittin tells us the following story. With it, when Nebuzaradan, the Babylonian general, comes into the Beis HaMikdash, he finds the blood of Zechariah there, still bubbling. 200 years later. And he says, what is this? And it's a whole grisly story. And the people try to cover up. They say, oh, it's from, we have a lot of blood around here. It's Beis HaMikdash. He says, it's animal blood. So he does, it turns into this grisly lab. Right? He starts slaughtering animals, comparing the blood. And then the story comes out. He says there was a prophet that was here who reproved us and we killed him. And Nebuzaradan, in a strange fascination, starts killing Jews to try to see what can he do to stop the bubbling guilt. And it turns into this incredible massacre of innocents. And so finally he says to him, Zechariah, Tovim Shebahem, Ivadatem. He says, I'm killing the best of them. Right, what do I need to redress your concerns? And then the blood stopped. So I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell you whether this is designed as a description of a literal event or not. But the imagery, right, of the telltale heart, right, of the idea of the blood, the guilt, right, over these national crimes of the past, right? And again, of course, it's not just something in the past, but it's a pattern, right? Uriah Cohen had been killed, right, by the king only 10, 15 years before the destruction of Yerushalayim, right? This isn't just an old problem. But this idea, the image, I think, is so powerful. The telltale heart, the bubbling blood in the Beis HaMikdash itself. So it's haunting. The image, we want to, for the moment, let's take it literally, of the bubbling blood in the corner. That every year on Yom Kippur, the Kohen Gadol must have walked past it as part of his mission to bring atonement to the Jewish people. And it makes you wonder, how many Yom Kippurs do we have our own bubbling blood and telltale hearts that we somehow try to tiptoe past, right? Things we don't want to deal with in our own pasts. And of course, when you push them under the rug, they have a funny way of just beating louder if you never deal with it. And again, sometimes they turn even worse, right? When they're not exposed to the air, to the sunlight, when they're under the planks, when they're under the tiles. And the things that we repress often get worse, right? Rather than being things that we deal with. And that's part of what happened, right? First Beis Hamikdash. Decades and centuries of unresolved issues finally in the end explode. So I think Edgar Allan Poe could have written a wonderful Kinah, right? Giving voice to the blood of Zechariah. So I'm going to share with you a Kinah I only recently became aware of. If you want to actually take a look at it, it's a Kinah that's no longer Jerry. So make sure the women get also. If you want to see, this is again, to the best of my knowledge, this has never been translated into English. It is a Kinah. This is taken from the Machzor Aram Tzuva, the old Syrian Eretz Yisrael rite. Was printed in Venice in the 16th century, and to the best of my knowledge, is in Decius. And I discovered it because it was written up in an article by an acquaintance of mine, a wonderful scholar by the name of Dr. Gabriel Wasserman. And this is a Kinah, which is actually the voice of the ghost of Zechariah. Shimu Koli, Ani Zechariah. Hear my voice. I am Zechariah. Weep for me. Avosechem b'tztiya b'yad Rama araguni. Your fathers hunted me down, and they killed me. Darashti tovasam, I sought out their good. When I reproved them, I was doing it for them. They made their vengeance against me. They never had mercy. I prophesied in the loud voice, why do you transgress the commandments of my rock and my Lord? So we'll skip down. Kashru kulam alai, kol soklai. You all conspired against me, and everyone stoned me. The chema ba'u they came at me in anger. The even hichivuni, they wounded me with rocks. Patsti me'asisi, I expressed, what did I do? Mapsha'i machatasi, what is my sin? Lama tov, la'am tov gamalti. Ve'imrag maluni. I tried to give them good, and they turned it around to bad. If you're not going to have mercy on me, have mercy on the Beis Hamikdash. How do you spill my blood and defile my temple? Now, I'll add just parenthetically against all of this. Before the Romans, the Second Temple, set foot on the Temple Mount, thousands, tens of thousands of Jews died in the temple in civil wars. Right? You read in Josephus, and it's shocking. Right? The idea on the one hand, they're fighting, they're giving their life for the Beis Hamikdash, and they're defiling it themselves with this kind of internecine warfare. The rocks around me, on my head, on my back. I cried for the pain of my heart. And the poet here imagines the last words of Zechariah. says, Ayeh Avi Yishureni, where's my father? Right? Zechariah ben Yoyada, the son of the famous high priest, Yoyada Cohen. Right? Again, part of the whole story, it's a longer story for a different time, is the king, right, who he was reproving, King Yoash, was saved, right? He was actually, it's a long story, he was in danger as a child, right? That they were trying to kill all the Davidic babies. And he was hidden in the Beis HaMikdash by Zechariah's father, Yoyada Cohen. Right? So the betrayal was unbelievable. Right? They're killing in the Beis HaMikdash that sheltered Yoash as a child. Right? The son of the Kohen Gadol who had saved him. On Yom Kippur, on the Kohen Gadol. I mean, it's unbelievable, right? The level of the lack of gratitude. He says, "V'nafalti l'fnei misgolel badam la'inei." I fell before them, right, rolling in blood to their eyes. Gamhema uvneihem, so Hakim al-Rov Yigonin, they and their children were laughing at my suffering. Hamar Uriah, Gam Osras, Uriah, they killed Uriah. Right now we know what the reference is. Right? They killed Uriah, and they also arrested Yirmiyahu. Sekaluni and Zechariah, they killed me, Zechariah. And he says, in the end, he says, Moshe Zohar Mehem, Od Ma'adu Skaluni, Moshe himself. You know in Chumash, Moshe was afraid they were going to stone him to death. Bonai Shuvu Lakel, Kelwe Yisrael. Vishlach Lachem HaGoel, Tzur Sisriu Magini. The last message the Python puts in his mouth is, my children, return to God. Yeshu lachem l'ratzon v'shachlel ha'pirim v'shamali yirtzion aniyaso ara roni. Says all you have to do, God's still waiting for you. And that perhaps is the most tragic part of the whole thing. The telltale hearts, the bubbling blood, right? The guilt, the sins that we try to repress, we try not to deal with, we try not to engage, and they just fester and fester and fester and get worse. The message that the blood is saying is there's tshuva. Right? God's waiting for you to deal with it, to come back. Right? Today it's the message of hope. So in our madness, all we can hear, right, is the pounding heart of our guilt. This is the Kinah that we say on the death of Zechariah, somehow we never make it to. Right? It's been on the schedule many, many years. And it's because it's relatively late in the day, some I always skip. So this year I wanted to make sure that we got the Kinah in our tradition about Zechariah in. So we're going to actually just skip for the moment so we make sure that when Zechariah's fate is fresh in our minds, that we say this Kinah. This is Kinah number 34. 34. It's on page 320 in the Kinah's book. And it's this version of the story is just a retelling of the Gemara that we had. Right? Again, it doesn't have the flair of this Kinah of Shimu Koli, right? But I think it's a restating of the whole story. So we'll say the Kinah Yom Achbi on page 320. Yom Achbi. Sholchi Yad B'Damnov B'Chatzar El B'Tashat Lo Shokar Ateyam Kam Damanovi Zechariah. Ve'anu ki zeu dam korban azvachem. It's fully a Kohanim would see it this year. Yomer ha'ein dai b'vnos Yisrael Yerushalayim achalatos of the Shus Hashim. That says so few. In summer of 2020, a tshuva was written by the rabbi, or Sarfati, of the Spanish-Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam. And the Shiloh was addressed. He writes, L'chvod ishi kohen gadol, u'mishneu skan kohen gadol. Very Mishnaic language. To my lord, the high priest, and his deputy, the assistant high priest. It's writing to two people who are Kohanim. It's not the way we normally talk to people today. In Amsterdam, David HaKohen, Kohen Firera, the Yaakov ben Yamin HaKohen, Sandarfan. So what's the shayla? The shayla starts in the 17th century. During the time of the false Messiah Shabtai Tzvi, whose birthday is actually yesterday, on Tisha B'Av, the Jews in Amsterdam were caught up, as many Jews were, in a messianic fear. Right? They thought the end was here. Mashiach is coming. And this turned many Jews to all kinds of acts of tshuva. So the community in Amsterdam decides that one of the things we're going to do is we are going to add duchening to our Shabbos schedule. The practice of the Jews in Amsterdam until then was they only duchen like Ashkenazim do today on Yantif. But they said, and perhaps it was a act of yearning for the restoration of the Kohanim and so forth, we're going to now start duchening every Shabbos. So come 1666, Shabtai Tzvi converts to Islam, and shockwaves go through the Jewish world. And the way that many Jewish communities handled it was kind of like a bad hangover, right? We'll never speak of this again. We're going to pretend the fact that maybe 90% of the Jewish world, right, was convinced of the messiahship of Shabtai Tzvi. Let's never speak of this again. It wasn't so simple. So one of the questions that the Jews of Amsterdam had, right, was, do we continue this practice of duchening on Shabbos or not? And the psak that they were given was that once they started, regardless of why they started, at the end of the day, it is a mitzvah, and indeed, in many ways, halachically more defensible than our practice, so they shouldn't stop. So the rabbi writes, that there is a persistent rumor, which he in the end will say is an urban legend. He says, Ika kola de lo pasik. There's a rumor that has not stopped. She'im yi'era shalo yalu ha-kohanim l'duchen Shabbos achas, azayin isparda chavila. He says that if it ever happens that there's no duchening in Amsterdam on Shabbos, then you don't go back to the practice. In other words, that there was this rumor that, you can't stop doing the duchening once you started, even if you started because of Shabbos Tzvi. But if you ever, as it were, reset the deck, right? If it ever happens that there's no duchening, right? You're not stopping, it already stopped. Then you don't go back to it and you revert to the mean, right? You're talking on. So these Kohanim who have this story from their father, right? They say, our father always used to say this. If they ever stop duchening in Amsterdam, that's it, right? Back to the drawing board, back to duchening and yont. So now it's the spring of 2020. And for 2 months, like the rest of the world, there's no tefillah b'tzibur during the awful, terrible first weeks of COVID-19. So duchening stopped in Amsterdam. So they come back to the Rav and say, must be, we're done with duchening here. Only on Yom Tov. So he writes a long tshuva, which is not the Tisha B'Av, where he tries to explain why that's not the case, and he says it's actually a confusion with the custom that existed in The Hague, right? Whatever. But to me, when I came across this tshuva, here's the thing that was like the most shocking of the whole thing. So comes COVID-19 for the first time in 400 years. They're not duchening in Amsterdam. What about World War II? They must have stopped duchening, yeah? You're talking about Amsterdam, right? This is the Amsterdam of Anne Frank, right? If there's anything that's perhaps, more emblematic of the Holocaust for the whole world, right? It's that attic in Amsterdam. It must be months and months and months and months. There's no duchening in Amsterdam. So he addresses this in the tshuva. He says, "B'meshech kol shnos hamilchama," that throughout all of the years of the war, hayupo asara miyisrael giborei koach anshe Hashem shayu mispalalim b'minyan b'machteres b'chol yom. He says throughout the war that there was a minyan that persisted. 1943, 1944, 1945. There was always a minyan that existed in Amsterdam, and so therefore the duchening never ended. Now, it's mind-boggling that this actually happened. The truth is not just the Amsterdam Anne Frank. There was a Jew, a young boy in Amsterdam, who was also living for 3 years, right? Secret in a part. His name was Yoshua Neuwirth. Yoshua Neuwirth writes about his experiences. Together, how he would learn with his father. They would sit there, they would say Tehillim. How he learned, they had one copy of Masechet Ksubos. And he had a few Sfarim. One of the few Sfarim they had secreted with them in this attic was the Mishnah Berurah Chelik Gimel, the section of the Mishnah Berurah that deals with Hilchos Shabbos. And he talks about how they were so careful with Shabbos in all those years. But there wasn't until liberation, right, that Yoshua Neuwirth was able to daven with a minyan again. As far as he knew, right? There were no minyanim in Amsterdam. There are no shuls in Amsterdam. Right? I don't know if you, the Nazis are controlling the city. They're deporting Jews. And Yoshua Neuwirth, by the way, grows up. He comes to Eretz Yisrael. He goes on to write a book called Shmir Shabbos Kehilchasa, which changes the way that the world learns Hilchos Shabbos. In the newest edition of Shmir Shabbos, Neuwirth wrote like a whole essay where he talks about his years in the war and coming to Israel, right? Who knows, like this kid sitting with his father in an attic in Amsterdam, learning Hilchos Shabbos, right? Goes on to write Shmir Shabbos. It's unbelievable. But at the same time, and I looked into this because I couldn't really believe it, that there was this shelter synagogue from the fall of 1943, right? And then continued to the liberation of Amsterdam, the Shabbos of May 5th, 1945, and they were able to go back to the shul. And so it was like it's bizarre. We have the notes. It was the shamus. It was his apartment, and I wound up Google translating a whole document from Dutch because it's a little incoherent. It's not always so easy to read, right? There were apparently legal Jews, a handful of them, in Amsterdam, right, the whole time, right? And again, as strange as this is, right? And again, anybody who studies the Holocaust knows that every time you think you understand it, you find some bizarre fact. That you had intermarried Jews who continued to be in Amsterdam, and they kept up this minyan, right? Including there were certain people in hiding that found out about the minyan, and the minyan continued. Not only did the minyan continue, and here again, I'll add, Jerry, if you want to. There was a non-Jewish Dutch artist who came to this minyan and made pictures of it. I drew, and I'm giving you the pictures to look at because it's unbelievable, right? That you have a picture here of one side of it is Yom Kippur, right, of 1944, right? How many minyanim were in all of Europe, right, of Rosh Hashanah of 1944? But it ends up there's such a minyan. There's such a minyan that is taking place on the opposite side of it. Is Hoshana Rabbah of that year. And you see the picture. They got this the one guy with an arava, right? But they did it. And every week they took it. Every week, 1943, 1944, 1945. So it took COVID-19 to put the Shiloh back on the table, right? To be able to say what happens, right? Even World War II didn't stop duchening in Amsterdam. Now, there's a Kinah they're about to say, which is the Kinah of the Kohanim. And the way that it's organized is that each stanza of the Kinah is on page 174 in the Kinos book. So you see ArtScroll did a nice job. They bolded, right, the names of the towns or the mishmaros, right, the different the Kohanim were divided by the time of David HaMelech into 24 families, right? And each clan had their 2 weeks in the year that they worked on in the Beis Hamikdash, right? And Yantif was all hands on deck. And that's 24 times 2 is 48 weeks, another 2 weeks of Yantif and change, right? That's how the whole year was covered. What this Kinah does, right, is it's organized based on mentioning one of these mishmaros in the city that they settled in, right? That it's like we're listening to the Kohanim, right, mourning for the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. And I think that this is an example, right? This is a Kinah which is written by Rabbi Elazar Kalir. The Kalir probably, we don't know for sure, lived probably 600 years. Like 600 years after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. We're not sure exactly when. And yet, he still knows the names of the clans of the Kohanim. This has been something that's been irrelevant we would think, for hundreds of years. And I've spoken about this in the past. One of the most incredible archaeological discoveries to me, I like this kind of stuff, is they found inscriptions and shuls in the Galil and in Yemen, of all places, with listing all the names of the Mishmaros HaKahuna. And this was something that for hundreds of years after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, they had on the walls in shul. Not only did they have it in the walls in shul, we found a tefillah in the Cairo Geniza. Right? I mention this, I think, probably every year. It's a tefillah that they would announce in shul, like in between who's sponsoring Kiddush and who's giving the shir in the afternoon, they would announce, this is the week of the Mishmar of blank, right? The ones we have in front of us, Maharam, Sipuri, Mifshata. This is the week that these people are on deck. They haven't served in 1,000 years, right? This tefillah is from it's like 1032, something like that. They were still remembering this. They were still holding on, right, to the memories and the belief that it's going to come back. And that's a certain quality. The truth is, the whole institution of the fact that we still have people walking with us who tell us they're Kohanim, who have families, they're from families of Kohanim. You know what they get out of being a Kohen today? So again, unless you live in Amsterdam, you get to Duchen, 8 times a year or something. Your dating life is going to be circumscribed, right? Because you can't marry someone who's divorced, you can't marry a convert, and so forth. You can't go to funerals, you can't go to cemeteries. It's a whole question. Rabbi Silver actually has a whole document that he wrote up about which museums in Pittsburgh he thinks Kohanim are allowed to go to, right? Based on the question. It's a headache, right? It's not really a very edifying, it used to be back in the day, it came with a whole package of benefits, but people hung on to that. There's the idea that we feel people today who can tell you about their status of an institution that we would think disappeared 1,900 years ago. Right? Imagine somebody telling you, I'm descended from, Scottish aristocracy from the 12th century. Okay, that's great. Must be very nice for you. Right? The very using the families of the Kohanim, right, as a symbol for our mourning for the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash has within it the hope, right, that the Kohanim are going to be restored, or the very fact that we still know, right, we may have forgotten Mishmar, so we don't announce them in shul anymore. It's been a really long time, right? But the presence of the Kohanim in our midst are themselves a little bit of a guarantee of the Nechama that will come as well. So the Kinah Eicha Yashach Chavatzal on page 174 in the Art Scroll Kinos. Eicha Yashach. Are you so love? You oivim al ivim locham elach. Tumasa chanifasem. Vein v'skarbel v'chane arbel yodavar tzor. Tzor. Halama kol mekina ki chesed al kana. Basic somos v'san. Ay kana. Usmar aziv simra kinim ala necheros. Kazan nitra. Karas nitzri. Chava neradalik b'mara v'ilara machalaram. Kali katzem l'tzevach nuyo v'nami chanuyo v'gdan nuyo. Shulchan Aruch. I'm sure right now people are used to hearing me speak about counterfactuals. In the world of alternate history, right? The question of, had history taken another turn, what would have been? Right? And what would be if something else had happened? So to my mind, there are two kinds of alternate history. There are certain things that are what I'll call for the want of a nail, alternate history, which is the idea that if some small thing had not happened, right? We don't normally think of it as consequential, right? It would have set a whole set of things in motion. But there's others that are about the big questions, right? What would have happened? And again, the classic example we always give, what if JFK had not been assassinated, right? What would have happened then? What would have happened to the progression of the 1960s, right? To the Cold War, to Vietnam, to the, with the whole hippie revolution have taken place, right? How much had changed by one person? So Avdil, there's one person in Jewish history who is that kind of an alternate history turning point. It's the death of Yoshio HaMelech of King Josiah. Yoshio HaMelech was the last great hope of the Jewish people in the time of the First Temple. That he initiates a tremendous campaign of tshuva. And wanting to bring the Jewish people back to God, he expands the borders, right? We talked about earlier, the re-inclusion of elements of the 10 tribes, the people and their land. And he dies as a young man. And clearly, Yirmiyahu Hanavi sees his death as an unbelievable tragedy. Right? And the Kinah that we're going to say is actually based on the Pesukim in Divrei Hayamim, Vayikonein Yirmiyahu al Yoshia. The Yirmiyahu himself goes out and writes laments about this lost Camelot, right? This young king, time of hope, time of potential, all scorned. So Yoshio dies in battle. He's killed by the king of Egypt, by the Pharaoh. But ironically enough, Pharaoh was not actually gunning for Yoshio. right? The fate of Eretz Yisrael has always been throughout history. Eretz Yisrael is in a really kind of critical piece of real estate, right? Because it's in between, it's at the nexus, as it were, of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and more specifically, that Eretz Yisrael in antiquity, right, was between Egypt and whatever power existed to the northeast. It was different. It was Assyria, it was Babylonia, it was the struggle between the Seleucids and the Ptolemies, the two competing Greek kingdoms in the area, and Eretz Yisrael is always in the middle. Israel is always in the middle. So Pharaoh wants to attack the Babylonians. And somewhat inexplicitly, Yoshio will not allow him to go through his territory. And the Gemara suggests that Yoshio believed that he had entered a quasi-messianic time. After all, the Avodah and the Beis HaMikdash has been restored. There's a kibbutz golios, right? The exiles are coming back. He gathers all the Jews together, has them pledge a new covenant with God, celebrates an incredible Pesach together with everyone. Is destroying Avodah Zarah, some of it centuries old, right, throughout the country. So the Torah tells us, Parashas Bechukosai, about the future blessings. V'cherev lo sa'avor ba'artzachem v'nasati shalom ba'aretz. A sword will not pass through your land. So Yoshio understood that to mean even a cherev shel shalom, even an army that's not out to get us, but that we are now in a time where the very presence of war is not appropriate here in Israel. So I'm going to go stop them from going through. And I'm saying you don't have the right to march through my territory. It was that fatal mistake that led to Yoshio's death in battle. And from the unraveling of all the progress that had been made, and as it were, the road to doom was sealed. And that, I imagine, is what's so devastating to Yirmiyahu personally. Vaikonein Yirmiyahu al Yoshio. The Yirmiyahu himself saw such a crumbling of his hopes for Yoshio and what maybe Yoshio was capable of doing. So the Gemara says, how did this happen? It says, Mimnei ma nanash Yoshio, the Gemara in Tainus had Navchapeh says, why was Yoshio punished? Shahayalo limlach b'Yirmiyahu v'lo nimlach. That he should have asked Yirmiyahu for advice. Yirmiyahu would have told him, there's a different version, Echarava, that says Yirmiyahu actually begged him not to go. But the way the Gemara presents it, he didn't ask Yirmiyahu. It's an interesting pattern. So I think elements of the Chazal certainly believed that maybe Yoshio was a little scared of Yirmiyahu. What do I mean? So remember we talked about before about Huldah the prophetess. Remember that they find the Sefer Torah, and the Sefer Torah is open to the curses in Devarim. And they want to know, what do we make of this? So they seek out Huldah. It's interesting, there's a strange name, Huldah. Huldah means some kind of a weasel, a rat, a rodent of some sort. So there's a number of Mishnayos and Psachim talk about in classic kind of Jewish Pesach phobia. Do we have to be concerned that a Huldah is going to drag chametz from one place after you cleaned it to somewhere else, right? How concerned do we have to be? And the Gemara has a whole interesting question about, maybe like the night before Pesach, when there's not so much chametz around, even the chametz from B'dikas chametz the Chulda is going to want to go after. So Rava asks there, and the Gemara says, how does the Chulda know that it's Erev Pesach? And like, what kind of weird assumption is that? That the Chulda knows that, like, we're going into. So the way that he asked the question, and this is one of the, I think, relatively few like outward jokes that we have in the Gemara. He says, "Ki Chulda neviyahi," right? Is the Chulda a prophet, right? Which again is a pun, right, on the biblical Chulda, who indeed was actually a prophet, and that was their job. And I kind of imagined always that Rava, when they were learning Pesachim, like every day would show up in the Beis Medrash with this line in the back of his head, right? Waiting, when does he get to deploy Ki Chulda neviyahi? Like, when is that? So the Gemara we said first says, why did they go to Chulda, not Yirmiyahu? So the answer that we gave before, the second answer to the Gemara, right, is that they went to Yirmiyahu was busy with the Aseres Hashvatim. Right, he was, on the front lines of Yirmiyahu's campaign. He was up with them looking for the tribes. Rabbi Shila says, "Mipnei shahanashim rachmanios." He said, because women are merciful. In other words, you find an omen of destruction in the Beis Hamikdash. So you can go and you can ask your baba, right? You go into her kitchen, she's got, the pots of soup, and the challah for Shabbos is baking, and she's sitting at the table saying Tehillim, and you say, Baba, what do you think this means? Right? And she's going to give you hope, like the kind of like love and support you get from your Baba. Or you can go to Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu, right? You have, look at this resume that he has. We'll be a little anachronistic. He's the author of Eicha, right? He is prophecy after prophecy of doom and destruction, right? And then who do you want analyzing this event? So the Gemara says they picked Chulda because they figured Chulda would be nice about it, and I think the implication is a little scared of Yirmiyahu. What's Yirmiyahu going to come up with? Right? We know his track record. So here's the thing. Yoshiyahu sees almost limitless potential, almost limitless positivity. Right? And then again, for someone to go, and in my mind, there's a tremendous connection between Yoshiyahu HaMelech and Rabbi Akiva. Right? That they're both people. Right? Yoshiyahu lives after his father, his grandfather, these terribly idolatrous kings who did terrible, put Klal Yisrael on the path of destruction. And he's about tshuva, like Rabbi Akiva, right? He sees the positive, he sees the potential, he sees the good. He sees the good in the 10 tribes that have been gone for so long, right? He sees the possibility. And it's incredible. Yerushalmi says that when they found that Sefer Torah, right, the Sefer Torah that was open to, right, the pasuk Aru Asher Lo Yikimis Divrei Torah Azos, cursed is the one who does not uphold the words of this Torah, right? Does not literally pick up the words of the Torah. And the Yerushalmi says, what does Yoshiyahu say? Alai lahakim. It's on me to lift it up. In other words, he doesn't focus on the curse. He focuses on what can I do? What's possible? What's the potential? That's Yoshiyahu HaMelech. It's incredible. And maybe he could have turned around the Jewish people. Maybe someday somebody will write the alternate history novel where Yoshiyahu doesn't die. Yoshiyahu lives to a ripe old age. And that we're all living Yemos HaMashiach. And Rabbi Akiva, of course, is the same way. Rabbi Akiva is about tshuva, comes from a family actually of converts. 40 years he's ignorant. And during a time of churba, right, when all of his colleagues are losing their minds with grief, he's laughing. He sees potential. He sees a future. He loses 24,000 students, something that would devastate anyone. His whole legacy is gone. What does he do? He goes south and he trains 5 new students, and those students are the fathers of the written corpus of Torah Shabbat. Ein lanu gadol min Rabbi Akiva. There's nobody greater than Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says to the Jewish people, and we still live through this. Ashreichem Yisrael, fortunate are you, O Israel. You're so lucky. You're so blessed. You're purified by your Father in heaven. So the Rav said, when did Rabbi Akiva say this? Rabbi Akiva said this the first Yom Kippur after the Churban. And the Jews are sitting there. And like, what do we do? And we say it in the davening on Yom Kippur to this day. Right? After we say the Seder Avodah, we go through how it was back in the good old days in the Beis HaMikdash. And now, below Eder, below Isha, we don't have any of this stuff left. Anything we can talk about. There's no Aron, there's no Kohen Gadol, there's no Ketores, there's no Korbanos. It's all gone. And the Jews say, what kind of Yom Kippur are we going to have? Where's the Slicha, Mechila, the Chapar going to come from? And Rabbi Akiva says, the Mashayichem Yisrael, you should realize, even without all these things, you are so fortunate. Because God Himself, yes, there's no Kohen Gadol, there's no Beis HaMikdash, but God Himself purifies you. And during a generation where easier answers were assimilate, convert, just become a citizen of the Roman Empire. Or you have the Christian area, right? God has rejected the temple, the Jews, the covenant. And they go on to conquer the world from there. But how much was the schus of Rabbi Akiva that we're still here? At the same time, positivity has its limits. And positivity can be blinding as well. It's an incredible image in the Medrash. Medrash says, in Echarava, Yoshio sent out squads of Talmidei Chachamim to go root out idolatry. So he says that what those Jews who were still enmeshed in idolatry did was that they hid the idol, right, on the doors, right, where, if you imagine like double doors, like at the back of the shul, right, so you had half an idol on this side of the door, and half an idol on that side. So these I don't know what you would call them. I don't want to call them inquisitors. That is a lot of bad associations. These delegations, right? Knocked on the door. Who's here? We're the Yoshio and the Avodah Zarah squad. Oh, come in. So they would push the door open, right? And the idol would disappear. The idol was there on the sides of the door. And they would sit down and they would talk to them, right? It's like the investigators in the Telltale Heart who don't really know what's happening, right? They're talking to the guy, and he says, are you involved? God forbid, Avodah Zarah? He said, no. Since Yoshua HaMelech, we got rid of all of that stuff. We don't do that. We're faithful Jews. So, thank you very much. They made a burning of fashas on the water. They're ready to go out the door, and as they close the door behind them, right, the idol reconstitutes itself. Right? And the idea, and again, it's like an unbelievable image, right? The idea that they were themselves unwittingly facilitating it. That they are, right, that the self-image, right, of Yoshio v'siatem, and of Yoshio and those who were with them, were such that they're so convinced, right, we are on the highway to redemption, right, that they didn't realize that for so many people, they were there yet. Right? This was surface work. Right? More had to be done. Yes. Did we get huge crowds to come for Pesach? Absolutely. That's not the end of the story. Right? We're talking about hearts and minds. Right? We're talking about things that were ingrained perhaps for generations. Right? It's not so simple to just turn that around overnight. Right? And then when they closed the door on the way out, they were actually rebuilding the idol itself. And that's, of course, Yoshio's great mistake. Yoshio already thinks, I've checked everything off. everything is so good that we're already this is not a place for battles anymore. And Rabbi Akiva, right, the great mistake of the end of his life, that he endorses the disastrous final rebellion of the Jewish people against the Roman Empire. And the man by the name of Shimon Bar Kusiva. And the Rambam says that Rabbi Akiva was the Nosei Kalim, was the arms bearer of Bar Kokhba. He was convinced, right? Again, with those same unbelievable eyes that were able to see the possibility of redemption in the jackals on the Temple Mount, in his own life, 40 years of ignorance, right? Was able to rebuild himself into the father of the Jewish people. But if there's no check on the positivity, right? If there's no reality check, sometimes you can wind up in very terrible places. So perhaps, Yoshio sees Yirmiyahu as it's like a nervous Nelly, right? He agrees with the problems. He agrees with the hashkafa, right? They're on the same team for sure. At the end of the day, we'll send to Chulda, not Yirmiyahu. When he has to make a critical decision, and maybe an objective view from the outside, the voice of Yirmiyahu is possible. At that critical moment, he doesn't listen. And I think that this is the tragedy, of course. I think Yirmiyahu loves Yoshio. And maybe Yirmiyahu sees in Yoshio his own corrective, right? To be pulled up. That's incredible. People who are blessed with this kind of optimism. I don't know if people have people like this. Maybe you are that kind of person. You have such a person in your life. It's incredibly uplifting, right? To have people who have that kind of emunah, right? That kind of faith, to be able to be recharged. And Yirmiyahu knew how much potential Yoshio had, what he could bring out. And again, without being too much of a psychologist here, maybe Yirmiyahu saw Yoshio as capable of doing things that he couldn't. Right? Yirmiyahu has his playbook, right, of what he talks about. Right? And the Gemara says, I think we mentioned that last night, Yirmiyahu is kulo piranios. The book of Yirmiyahu is all about doom and disaster. It's not 100% true. There are really some beautiful passages, uplifting passages in Yirmiyahu also. The challenge is, how do you do both? Right? How do you have that relentless faith and positivity and taking the good from the bad, but stay realistic and grounded at the same time? Right? That, I think, is really the challenge. Right? Challenge for Klal Yisrael, challenge for individuals, of being able to have both of these things at the same time. And V'konen Yirmiyahu Yoshio, when Yirmiyahu mourns for Yoshio, maybe it's even the knowledge that they needed the team to really be able to make this work. Right? To get to that alternate history, right, where Yoshio and Yirmiyahu lead us to Geula, maybe you needed both. On page 182, V'konen Yirmiyahu Yoshio. V'konen Yirmiyahu Yoshio. Zavak Kochit Litzaner Shekama Acharei Adalas Yisrael. למען לא סבר חרב כל שהוא באפרים, לשם לחוז ולשוב אחריים, זהר נגזר לסכסך מצרים מצרים, יחתוס. יאמר לשיעה, עודנו עצמנו עוד בגנים. Tzadiku Adonai ki marisiviyu. Sisi no ki kinesa. Moish nas hashmita ki hakel esos tolabes mishtayim arushos. Kisavdu leich vaz mishtayim osios osos kinos lubatam micholi. Shati v'nosati v'natasho hali. Very strange story happened at George Washington University this past Halloween, where a fraternity house of Tau Kappa Epsilon was vandalized on Halloween night. And among the strange things that happened was what was initially reported as a Sefer Torah was desecrated, ripped, covered in laundry detergent. Now, the story is very strange. First of all, the question of why a frat house had a Sefer Torah. It wasn't a Jewish fraternity. It turns out it wasn't exactly a Sefer Torah. It was one of those like little, like what you buy for a kid in a Judaica store, right? With a printed text of the Torah and a little mantle on it, maybe about this big. That apparently, and again, I will leave this to the side for the moment, apparently the fraternity used this as part of its pledging and initiation process for Jewish pledges. They apparently had a number of other religious texts in the house that they would use in some kind of a swearing-in ceremony. And it's not really clear what happened. It touched a tremendously deep nerve for Jewish students at GWU. And there's actually like a whole march with real Sifrei Torah and with this little desecrated toy Torah. And the students were very, very upset, deeply, deeply, profoundly disturbed by what happened. And the notion of Torah desecration is something that touches the Jewish neshama at a very, very deep level, right? In a way that even people who are maybe otherwise very distant from Yiddishkeit, the notion, Chalila, of something happening to a Sefer Torah, and particularly of deliberate violence, malicious action against the Sefer Torah, right, is something that is like unnerves us profoundly. So the Gemara Gittin tells us about the final days of the Beis Hamikdash. And describes Titus HaRasha, the wicked Roman general, later Emperor Titus, in a can only be described as almost a madness, going in and defiling the Beis Hamikdash, the Kodesh HaKadosh. Ma'asa, what did he do? And I would mention, perhaps for those who are watching online, this is perhaps the PG-13 section of our presentation. So depending which kids might be in the room with you, you might want to, change the channel momentarily. Titus goes in, Tofas Zona Biyad. He grabs a harlot, Menichnas Leves Koche Kadosh, and he goes into the Holy of Holies. Veitzia Sefer Torah. There in the Holy of Holies, the place where only the Kohen Gadol is allowed to go on Yom Kippur. And really, even the Kohanim Gedolim feared for their lives from the encounter with God there. Titus rolls out a Sefer Torah on the ground, takes the harlot, and as the Gemara euphemistically puts it, sins together with her. On top of the Sefer Torah. So we saw this here for the first time in an essay in a book on the Agados HaChurban, the rabbinic legends about the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash, written by Benny Kalmanson, who's the yeshiva in the yeshiva in Otniel, which is a fascinating place in its own right. It's also no stranger to tragedy. There have been a number of horrible terrorist attacks that have taken place around the yeshiva in Otniel. So Benny Kalmanson makes two fascinating suggestions. So the first is he actually makes a suggestion. I don't know, I've never seen this before. I don't know if it's his chiddush or he saw it somewhere else. He attempts to ID who the Zona was. Who was this woman the Gemara describes as a prostitute who Titus brings in to defile the kosher Kodesh? So any of you who are students of Mishnah might be familiar with a name, Agrippas Hamelech, King Agrippas. The Mishnah tells us he's a king of the Jewish people, and for most of us when we're learning Mishnah, that's all we kind of need to know. But the Mishnah says some nice things about him. That he used to go, he would bring Bikurim. So Agrippas is one of the descendants of King Herod, of Hordes HaRasha, the client king of the Romans of the Jews. And Agrippas the first, right, is, again, Chazal tell us some very nice things. So Agrippas had two children, two important children. Agrippas Hasheni, Agrippas II, and a woman by the name of Berenike, or if we want to sound kind of like out of the world of Marjorie Morningstar, Bernice. Right? That's the name, Bernice. So Agrippas II, we know from Josephus, at the very, very beginning of the revolt of the Jews against the Romans, begs them not to revolt. Says it's going to be bad. They're going to destroy the Beis HaMikdash. And they go after him. In fact, in the initial revolt, they burned down his palace in Yerushalayim, the Jews. And then Agrippas goes all in for the Romans. And he attaches himself to Vespasian, the Roman general, and basically he is with Vespasian as Vespasian is fighting the Jews. So Berenike takes things a step further. So it's interesting. We know the most about the destruction of Yerushalayim, the history of it, the Second Temple, from Josephus. Josephus, he used to be called Yosef ben Matisyahu HaKohen back when he was in Yeshiva. But he went out into the world eventually and he becomes a client of the Romans and attaches himself that Vespasian and his son Titus, who we just mentioned, are of the Flavian family. Flavius is their last name. And Josephus is like quasi-adopted by them. That's why he's known to posterity as Josephus Flavius. Right? His mishpacha, it's the Flavians would be like, I don't know, the Kennedys for the Romans, right? He takes on the name. So this introduces a very big question about the reliability of Josephus. He writes his histories living in Rome as a client, like living, right, attached to the Flavian dynasty. And there's a question by historians, and it's again, I always mention this, Tishma, that I had the privilege when I was in YU of studying by one of the great experts on Josephus in the world, Dr. Louis Feldman. He's a wonderful person. He was a very God-fearing Jew, a special person, wonderful scholar. And Dr. Feldman always used to say, I took a seminar actually in the spring of '95, maybe, on a seminar on Josephus' writings with Dr. Feldman. And the chorus, and this came up in the final eventually, can you trust Josephus? And the answer is kind of. It depends what. It depends. There's been a lot of the archaeological data that we found has been very helpful in terms of validating a lot of things that Josephus said that we had no other information other than him. But when it came to the Flavians, right there you have to ask some questions. So it's fascinating. Josephus actually says the whole burning of the Beis Hamikdash was a mistake. Nebuch, some soldier, when they were occupying it, dropped a torch, and Titus was napping, and nothing could, he didn't mean for this to happen. Certainly that's not the picture the Chazal gives us. So one of the things we don't know about from Titus or Chazal, but from other Roman historians, from Tacitus and Suetonius and others, is that when Agrippus II went over to the Romans, right, as a traitor, and essentially as a traitor, that Berenike, not only did she go over to the Romans, that she became the lover of Titus. And this relationship continued for years. She actually shows up in the year 75 in Rome, right? And she starts, she came there, and then she was driven out, and she came back when Titus became emperor, right? And she was positioning herself essentially for the most powerful female position in the Roman Empire. And by that time, right, time to throw the Jew out, right? That Titus was looking for his prominence, right? But that she then disappears. Right? But this is something which is again documented. We have from many Roman sources, right? That the descendant of Herod, right, the king of Judah, the daughter of Agrippas I, the sister of Agrippas II, was the mistress of Titus, who she was 10 years older than. That was also part of the scandal, right? When they were camped outside Yerushalayim. So we can't prove it, right? But certainly the idea that, as essentially an act of violence, right? Titus here is perpetrating, right? An act of really like bestial, showing his power, possession, defiling and deflowering of the Jewish people. Right? The idea that in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, on Lo Aleinu, on the Sefer Torah, with the Queen of the Jews, as it were, right? With Berenike, right? We don't know for sure, but it adds a totally different level to the whole story. But Rav Kalmanson makes, I think, an even more fundamental insight of what Chazal are telling us. So we're scheduled to come back to this idea in a different context. Chazal talk about the Kodesh HaKadoshim, right? The place unique for God and the Jewish people. The Jewish people is represented by the Kohen Gadol. In frankly romantic and even erotic terminology, right? We find the phrase in the Medrash that calls the Kodesh HaKadoshim the Cheder HaMitos, the bedroom. Right? The idea that it represents, right, the relationship between God and the Jewish people. And certainly throughout, we find this all over. You find that, especially in Yecheskel, it's referenced in the Kinos from last night. The notion of being able to try to explain what's going on in the Churban, right, as a reflection of Klal Yisrael and God, right? Like we find in Shir Hashir and other places, right? As marriage, right? And one that is being severely tested, right? Due to the unfaithfulness, right? Of the parties, and specifically of Klal Yisrael. So says Rav Kalman, the very idea of the Beis Hamikdash, right, is about this special relationship that God has with the Jewish people. Right? And the heart of the mystery of this relationship resides in the Kodesh HaKadosh. So he says as follows. He says, by Titus entering the Kodesh HaKadosh with the Zonah, right, with the harlot, what Titus is effectively doing is rejecting the basic narrative of the Jewish people. What's the narrative of the Jewish people? It's not a place Sheba HaKadosh Baruch Hu nochach ubohu nifkash im Yisrael. It's not a place where God is present, where He interacts with the Jewish people. And it's interesting, the Gemara talks about this image that the Kruvim, right, the angels, the details of which maybe we'll get to a little bit later, the angels that represent the relationship of God and the Jewish people were intertwined in an embrace. Right? The Gemara says they would open up every yontif, the curtains, into the Beis Hamikdash, so everybody could see it, the people outside. And they would say, Re'u chibaschem b'nei hamakom. See how much God loves you. Tina says this whole chauvinistic Jewish idea that there's one divine power and He loves the Jewish people. It's ridiculous. Right? The Roman pagan understanding of relationship with the gods is transaction. You buy off the gods for what you want from them. And there's a catalog of gods depending what you need, what you want. You go to this deity or to that temple. And there's a price list. There's sacrifices that are ordained. You bring that sacrifice, you get what you want from the God. But the idea of relationship, right? The idea of wanting to fulfill the will of God. The idea of a God who cares about you as a nation, cares about you as a person. That was something as foreign to Titus as anything could be imagined. So what does he do? He literally takes the Kodesh HaKadoshim, the bedroom of God and the Jewish people, and he turns into a Beis Zonos. He takes it in a place where pleasure is there for the purchase. So Rav Benny says, and again I'll just elaborate for a second, the Torah is the ksuba of God and the Jewish people. Right? The Torah, what's the ksuba? It says, right? It's all the commitments that God makes to us, the commitments we make to God. It's the mutuality. It's the relationship. It's the dod and the raya, the chosin and kala. That's what the Torah is. So Tina takes the Sefer Torah and lays it out on the floor of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and he does what he does in order to indicate his profound disgust for the narrative of the Jewish people. And that, of course, this I think is what touched something deep and elemental in those students at GW. Was the idea that when people go after Sefer Torah, it's not just stam vandalism, but there's something very profound going on here. And I would just give you a quick kaleidoscope of images of defiled Sefer Torah, not even to expand on them. So Gemara in Avodah Zarah, a famous Gemara that talks about Hanania or Chanina ben Teradya, who teaches Torah during the time of Hadrianic persecution, where this is a capital crime. And he's arrested, sitting with the Sefer Torah. And they bring him to burn him. They wrap him in the Sefer Torah. And they burn him together with the Sefer Torah. And his students say to him, what do you see? And he says, Gvilin Nisrafin, V'osios Porchos Bach. Says the parchment is burning and the letters are flying into the air. We skip ahead 1,000 years from there to 1096. The first crusade, we'll say a Kinah for it, not so long. So Elazar ben Nassan writes a chronicle, writes about what happened. V'yom chav gimel v'iyar kamos the Eid Arevos al Kahal v'Maisha. On the 23rd of Iyar in the year 1096, the wild wolves attacked the Jews of Worms. V'yargu anashim nashim taf v'nar v'zakein. Men, women, children, old and young, all murdered. V'yikchu haTorah akdosha v'yirmesua b'tichutzos. They took the Holy Torah and they walked all over it in the mud. They ripped it. V'yikra'uah, v'yis'oluva, v'yavozusa, v'yislotzetzu, v'yisachku. And they're making fun. And they're joking and laughing. It's like a sick, perverse Rabbi Akiva. Right? They're laughing at the Sifrei Torah that they're devastating. Because again, it's a question of narratives. Right? At the end of the day, they're saying the covenant with Israel is gone, superseded by the Christian here. Finally, on Yad Vashem's website, they have a letter that is written to a German leather company in 1940, a member of the Nazi Party. The letter reads as follows. A Nazi Party office has given me a large quantity of parchment. This merchandise is genuine. Although it has writing on one side, we have experimented and determined the writing can be washed off. If you are interested in purchasing this parchment, please let me know. I currently have 600 to 700 kilograms in stock. And he sent a sample with the letter. And the sample is a little piece of Parshas Vayera from a Sefer Torah, telling the story of the destruction of stone. A piece of a Sefer Torah to be reprocessed by a leather factory. So let me make one last suggestion. Why the violation of Sefer Torah touches us in such a fundamental place. Soloveitchik once gave a shiur. It was actually shortly written up in the Yiddish press. It was called in Yiddish, a Yid is geglichen to a Sefer Torah. A Jew is compared to a Sefer Torah. And he goes through it. It's a beautiful, beautiful shiur, where he talks about the idea that in halacha, there are any number of legal concepts that link a Jew and a Sefer Torah. You have to tear kriya, to tear your clothes if you're present when a Jew dies. And if you're present, God forbid, when you see a Sefer Torah burn, you also have to tear your clothes. When a Sefer Torah wears out, the Gemara says you bury it next to a Talmud Chacham in the same grave. The halacha is when a Sefer Torah passes you, you're supposed to stand up. Reb Chilkiah, Reb Simon, and Reb Elazar said, how do you stand up for a Sefer Torah? You don't stand up for a Jew who studies Torah. Right? So much more so. And he develops the long shir, this whole idea. What does it mean that a Jew is like a Sefer Torah? So this was written up by a journalist in New York by the name of Hill Zeidman. Hill Zeidman wrote very extensively for the Yiddish press. Hill Zeidman wrote that he went to the Rav, he was president for the Shir, and said, I really want to write this up. And he said, usually the Rav was very reticent to write. Today, thank God, we have a huge library from his students in the Rav's Torah. During his lifetime, he wrote and published very little. There's apparently a tradition in his family not to publish. When you publish, you have to be very qualified with the writing. But this year, Hill Zeidman approaches and says, Rebbe, we'd like to write this up. He said, absolutely. He said he worked very closely with him. I always wondered what moved Hill Zeidman in this particular year. So Hill Zeidman wrote a book called Ishim Shehikarti, People That I Met. It's a story. He was a journalist in Europe before the war also. Yiddish journalist, big Agudist, prominent activist in the Aguda party. He wrote this book, Profiles, I think is the right word for it, profiles of personalities that he met. And he writes a profile of Rabbi Yehuda Leib Orlean. Yehuda Leib Orlean was one of the leaders of Beis Yaakov. So he tells the following story. It was Simchas Torah of 1942. The last Simchas Torah in the Warsaw Ghetto. Right, Simchas Torah is in the fall. Pesach of 1943 is the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. And it's the last Simchas Torah. And he said, there are only a few thousand Jews left in the ghetto. So he says they came to the house of the great Talmid Chacham, Menachem Zemba, to daven. There's 1.5 million of Jews. He says before landing, they took out the Sefer Torah and we walked around the shul. He says, Hayinu kulanu anashim shvurim. We were broken people. Ritzutzim, crushed. And we all have lost family members. Our hearts are filled with agony. All the old things that we used to sing, we're just kind of muttering out. And one of them is Yehuda Leib Orlean, the dean of the Beis Yaakov seminary for teachers. And he's already lost his wife and children. He says, suddenly a 12-year-old boy from somewhere wanders into this little minyan on Simchas Torah. And this is something very unusual. There were no children, for the most part, left in the ghetto. He says they've all been destroyed in Treblinka already. This one boy walks in and takes a sitter and stands in the corner. So these guys, they take out the Sefer Torah and they're kind of shuffling around. And Yehuda Leib Orlean comes, he gets the kid. He grabs him in one arm, grabs the kid in the other arm, and he starts to scream, A younger Yid mit der Heilige Torah. A young Jew with the Holy Torah. And he starts to dance, holding this child that never probably didn't weigh that much in one arm, Sefer Torah in the other one, and kept repeating and singing over again. He says, Rikud Maleh, Hislavus Chasidis, filled with the Hasidish fire. And they're all standing and watching and crying. He says, this is the last dance, last Simchas Torah dance of the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto. He was there and saw this. I can't help but wonder. We have very powerful feelings on Sefer Torah, for sure. But Hillel Zeidman wrote up, when he was sitting listening to the Shir by Rav Soloveitchik in New York, about understanding the lumdus and the philosophy of the connection between the Judah and Sefer Torah. Did he have in his mind that image of Yehuda Leib Orlean and Simchas Torah of 1942, with a child in one hand and a Sefer Torah in the other? We'll say the Kinos, which describes Titus's entry into the Beis Hamikdash, the Kodesh HaKadoshim, Zechor Asher Asa Tsar, on page 226 of the Kinos. Either Paroich has Spanish name for this. Okay, no, Pesach. Saga her Koslenu will rub Rigo Atakata. Okay, the next Kinah in Tochalna is, I think, the roughest of the Kinos to say, to think about, because it really deals with the world of unbelievable atrocities, about hunger, about starvation, or cannibalism. It very much focuses on the suffering of women. And this, I think, unfortunately sets a tone for many, many calamitous events in Jewish history, where women bore the brunt of victimization. The stories are chilling. Stories are chilling. At the same time, there are also very inspiring stories of the courage, the faith, the fortitude of women in some of these most trying circumstances. We finished the story of the Benos Tzlaf in Kriyas Torah. The idea that they are seen as a model, right, of people of faith, right, people who teach us, men and women alike, about chivas haaretz, of the love of Eretz Yisrael. And just like Chana, we mentioned before, Chana in the Mishkan, the Chazal looked to, if you want to understand Tefillah, Chana is our Rebbe in Tefillah. Chana teaches us what it means to feel lost and a need and to turn to God at a time. So I want to share with you, and I literally have been sitting on this for the last year, a story that appeared in Mishpacha magazine last August. And the story is called The Last Ne'ilah in Telz. There's no contest when it comes to suffering. There's no point in comparing who suffered worse. But Lithuania in World War II was a terrible, terrible situation. There's a lot that's been written. 90% of Lithuanian Jewry disappeared. So in the summer of 1941, all of the men were murdered or taken from Telz, city in Lithuania. And all was left were the women and children. So it's Rosh Hashanah of 1941, and Bathsheba Berkman kept a diary at this time. Tells about how on the night of Rosh Hashanah, the women of Telz gathered in the shul, and there were literally no men left. Machzor and Sidurim were hardly to be found, just as there was no man to serve as prayer leader. Everyone waited. Suddenly a sweet voice was heard. Baruch Hu es Hashem Amvorach. And the congregation answered, Baruch Hashem Amvorach le'olam va'ed. Before the altar stood a young girl who prayed by heart, just as a chazan. And the crowd was swept along with her. The young girl even blew the shofar. She pressed her hands to her mouth, forming the shape of a shofar, and articulated tekiah, shagarim, teruah, with the expertise of an experienced baltkeya. She was 20 years old. There was not a single man in the shul. The women prayed in the place of all the men who had been shot. Malka Gillis, who gave testimony, was a man named Lev Konichowski, who in 1946 in VP camps went around taking testimonies. So nobody should forget. So a corroborating story. The morning of the second day of Rosh Hashanah, the peasants in the villages had to bring all the women who were working for them into the ghetto. Thus, on the second day of Rosh Hashanah, all the women who were still alive and belonged to the Telz ghetto were in shul. The Lithuanian murderers' order to bring all the Jewish women into the ghetto caused a panic among all the women. They were certain their moment of death had arrived. Oceans of tears poured from the eyes of the surviving women that Rosh Hashanah. Malka Gillis' testimony continued with scenes of Yom Kippur. All the women gathered together quite early. Miss Golda Amalan stood at the lectern instead of a chazan. Everyone without exception was fasting. Miss Amalan's voice beseeched, demanded, and tore its way into the death heavens. In the afternoon, many women lay on the floor in a faint. The stronger and healthier ones continued praying in nightfall. In the back of their minds, all the women thought that this Yom Kippur would be the last for all of the Jewish women in the Telz ghetto. And because of this, their weeping was so heartrending, they wept and begged Hashem to have mercy on them and their children. And they wept when they remembered previous Yom Kippur days together with their families. The world had never seen Yom Kippur like this, never. Who knew if the world would ever understand it and remember and recall it. So I think perhaps this Tisha B'Av, we should. Im Tochalna Nashim Piryam, page 232 in the Kinos book. Alayli Nashana Nashim Rahman Yasilade Lamdu Nemet. Im Titzavarnal Eben Achas Tisha Kavod Mochei Latin Kanashtosh Mehes Yonik Yimosha. Im Teira Enora Kozvanu Gahaz Mulos Hayad Rav Davachim Alalayli. Im Tishkavnu Mention Alalayli. Zalav Nabsul Navarim Tzimon Tzchichim Alalayli. Rachakosh Lubulamari Kosh Cheni Arohim Mashikru Modim Asher Asu Lamodim Im Teichal Nashim Piryam Ashmiyim Yihar Mikdash Adonai Kaim V'Navi Lamashmiyim. The next Kinah Marta is structured about disconnect. The way that each line works starts off with atah, addressed to God, and it's frankly accusatory. Like, God, you made the following commitments to us, right? You did these kindnesses for us in the past. And the second part of it then says, Velama. And why? Right? We've been set up, Ata Marta. You told us this would happen. You were going to give us these wonderful things, these beautiful things. And why is our reality so different? It's a question of why. So we'll come back to that in a few minutes, the question of why. I want to focus for a moment on one image. So if you take a look here on page 236, 237, the letter Yud. Lama yozmu moavim ba'amonim, la'amzu ba'keruvim monim. He says, why did you, again, drawing on an image, that some of the, we'll call them the scavenger nations, you know, that it's interesting there, Midrashim, that compare the Babylonians to a lion. So you know that when a lion eats its prey, right, there are hyenas that come for the leftovers. So something similar happened in the destruction of the first base Hamikdash. There are other nations, the Ammon, Moab, Edom, who are on the periphery of the story. So I always think of them, they're the hyenas. Right? They're coming in to profit on what's left behind. Gemara Yuma says the following. So we mentioned before the Kruvim, right? The images of angels. They're in the Kodesh HaKadosh. And there actually are, and I'm not going to solve this for now, there were the Kruvim on top of the Aron. There were the, Shlomo Melech, when he built the Beis HaMikdash, built huge Kruvim that the Aron went underneath. And there are also images of Kruvim on the walls of the Beis HaMikdash. Which one this is not our issue for the moment. Says the Gemara. We mentioned this idea before. B'shash HaYisrael L'Rega, when the Jews would come on Yantif to the Beis HaMikdash, the Galilin Lahem Esaparos, they'd open the curtains. Umarim Esakruvim, and they would show them the Kruvim, Shahayu Meurim Zeh B'Zeh, that the Kruvim were locked in intimate embrace with each other. And the Kohanim would do this ceremony, they would say, Re'u chibaschem l'nei hamokom kechibas zachor unikeva. See how much God loves you, like the love of a man and a woman. So the next time the Gemara says, when the Ammonim and Moavim came to pillage in the Beis HaMikdash, they found these Kruvim. Hotziyam Lashuk, they took them out into the market. V'amru Yisrael alalu, these Jews who hold themselves to be so high, Yasku b'dvarim halalu, they involve themselves with such things. In other words, they took this holy, profound image, a physical depiction of the love of the God and the Jewish people, and they turned it into pornography. And the idea, that's the image that we have here. La'amzu, lama yoznu v'amonim la'amzu b'kruvim monim. That they mocked us through these holy, holy kruvim. It's a problem. Gemara Bava Basra. Gemara Bava Basra says the kruvim were actually a barometer, as it were, of where things were at between God and the Jewish people. It says, the Jewish people were doing the will of God, they faced each other. And when things were bad, they turned away. You can imagine somebody could figure out it's like a wedding present, how to give people barometers for their marriages. Says the Rimi Gash, the great teacher, the Rimi Gash, was the Rambam's father's Rebbe, Yosef Rimi Gash. The Rambam writes somewhere that the Rimi Gash's mind was so incredible it was frightening. And the Rambam was no slouch himself. So the Rimi Gash asked the following question. He says, it should have been, based on this Gemara Bava Basra, that when the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, there should have been no image to show. They should have been facing away from each other. So the idea that they found them locked in an embrace is a bit of the question. In other words, if the Kruvim are the barometer, it should have been very, very chilly that day. So the Ritva quotes the Rimi Gash and brings his answer. And he says he thinks brings a number of different kinds of more technical answers to the question. Maybe different Kruvim function differently. He says the Rimi Gash says that this was a nace. This is a miracle in order to beat up on the Jews. In other words, yes, it's correct, Things that the relationship was at the worst point possible. But that God moved things around so that this intimacy was revealed and misinterpreted, to be misinterpreted by the enemies of the Jews. There's something very horrifying about this explanation. It was the idea that a miracle designed to show Re'u chibaschem l'nei hamokom, understand how much God loves you, is transformed apparently by God himself into a weapon against the Jews. It's really awful. So Hasidim learn this differently. It's an old teaching. The Bnei Yissaschar quotes from the Mezritcher Maggid, the second leader of the Hasidic movement, the disciple of Baal Shem Tov, that his students asked him that question. And he answered with the following halach. Chayev Adam lifkod as ishtau, b'shah sheyotze laderech. The Gemara says, it's brought down halacha, that when a husband and wife are about to go on a journey, away from each other, spend time away, that there is an obligation to be intimate before leaving. It's actually a question of halacha, how literal that intimacy has to be. Right? But the idea is that before separation, you want to do something to strengthen the relationship. So the Bnei Yissaschar explains what the Maggid meant. At the time of the Churban, God and the Jewish people were about to, in many ways, separate for a very, very long time. And it happened for all the reasons that it happened. We've spoken about some of those. But on a mystical level, the same way before a husband and wife are about to spend extended time away, they have to refocus the relationship. That the Kruvim, as it were, re-engaged in the Beis HaMikdash on the day of the destruction as a symbol of the fact that God was expressing his love for the Jewish people in that very dark moment. He says, that's why the Medrash and the Yushalmi say that Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av. That conceptually, not literally, but the redemption came into the world at the time of the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. That the love that God had for the Jewish people in that moment was such that literally conceived redemption into the world at that moment. That even when we're feeling the bleakest, and even in a symbol that itself is being taken out and derided in the marketplaces, that we can take a little bit of a nechama that it reminds us that God still loves us. So Tzadok says this a little bit differently, but I think perhaps even more profound. Because it's mutual, right? Like a relationship is supposed to be mutual, right? They face each other, right? That's the way that the Gemara of Basra emphasizes. So Tzadok says, "Kodem shenecher abayis hayu be'emes ein osin ritzono shel makom." So the Beis HaMikdash was actually destroyed. The Jewish people were not doing the will of God. They were defying God, right? Whether it be avodah zarah, whether it be immorality, whether it be the tremendous hatred and internal fighting, right? During the time of the second Beis HaMikdash. And I'll remind you, I've said this in the past, right? We talk about sinas chinam, right? The sinas chinam destroyed the second Beis HaMikdash. And we think that means, I don't know, they weren't didn't let people in traffic or something. They said something nasty, kiddish, right? The years leading up to the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash was unbelievable civil war between Jewish factions, literally ripping each other's throats out. And yeah, the Kruvim were separated. The moment that the enemy finally came into the Beis Hamikdash, he says, "Take up Hiru Kol Yisrael." At that moment, the Jewish people finally contemplated Shuvah. You know, we call this rock bottom. You've heard this concept before? That often we don't face our issues until it's the worst, right? Until they are at their absolute worst. And then there's what to work with. So Sadek says, they did tshuva at that moment. And that moment of tshuva, of them returning to God, that's what brought the Kruvim back together. So it's a little bit different than the way that the Bnei Yissaschar formulates it. That we ourselves saw the possibility that, you know what, maybe there's stuff we got to fix. At that moment, boom, the Kruvim come together again. And again, this goes back to what we said before about Titus. Titus doesn't understand any of this. Right? To Titus, the people like them, all they see, whether in human relationships, divine relationships, all they see are transactions. Right? The Rambam writes at the beginning of the laws of marriage. Until Har Sinai, Parash Adam Isha B'Shuk, a man and a woman who meet in the marketplace, if they both wanted, they would start a relationship and they would end it just as easily. That's before the Torah. That's the way it is with us in Amish Baruch Hu also. The catch is to be able to find a way to not have to get all the way to the rock bottom to be able to do. So we'll go back to those scenes about Amarta on page 236. Amarta. Ata. Ata zanachta v'timas kol goy. L'kachas goy v'yerim goy v'lamachor tzigor. Navi levi goy adat gizu shish b'shmeine l'hi goy sharemu. L'amzu b'kiru v'monech. Next, Kinah brings us into what I will admit is the hardest part of the Tisha B'Av liturgy for me. L'cha Hashem Atzdaka, saying that all of the atrocities, all of the suffering, God is just and we're wrong. Right? And we deserve what we got. It's a very hard thing to say. Very hard thing to say, a hard thing to process. It's honestly a very challenging thing to believe. So if we think about Tisha B'Av, if there's one book that symbolizes Tisha B'Av, it's the book of Eicha. That is kind of the book of the day. But the truth is there's another book of Tisha B'Av that we're less familiar with. And that is the book of Iyov. In the Yemenite tradition, they read, it's a long sefer, 40 prakim, 40 something prakim. They read all of Eov. They read it in Moroccan and Algerian, North African communities continue to have this custom. I saw the Spanish-Portuguese synagogue in Manhattan. They call it on their schedule selections for Eov. And interestingly enough, it used to be an Ashkenazi. Right? It's been forgotten. But if you look at the Sifrei Minhagim, the books of customs, the late Rishonim, they all know about this. Right? You look at Rav Isaac Tirna, the Ramak quotes all the time. He gives the schedule for Tisha B'Av. Kinos, right? Ashrei, Voltzion, Aleinu L'Shaveach, Kaddish Yasom, Eov. Right? That's the next thing on the itinerary. And he says, and this is actually quoted in a number of different Makoros, I think the Bach mentions this as well. He says, not only do we say Eov on Tisha B'Av, if there's a bris on Tisha B'Av, the schedule is first you finish Eov and then you do the bris. Right? And the Ramah knows about this minhag also. The Ramah doesn't mention Shulchan Aruch, but he mentions it in his Tshuvos. There was a custom in some places still 500 years ago among Ashkenazim to read Eov, excuse me. And there's actually a very interesting exchange with Binyamin Hamburger. Binyamin Hamburger is a very interesting Jew in Eretz Israel, who his life's mission is to restore the old minhagim of Germany. Right? And he's written, I think, 6 fat books called Sharshei Minhag Ashkenaz. He has a shul, he puts out a luach. And so there was a back and forth he has a journal called Yerushaseinu, where basically he was challenged and said, what do you mean you're going to it's like a Jurassic Park kind of thing. It's like bringing these forgotten customs back to life. So he said, what's your baseline? And there's minhagim always change and develop. So is it the minhagim of 200 years ago, 500 years ago, 800 years ago? What's your agenda? And he's asked specifically about Eov. Why don't if you're about bringing back lost customs, why don't you bring back Eov? And he says, look, they used to say Eov because now we say more Kinos. And there's not time to say all the Kinos. So eventually, in other words, it pushed it out. But there's a very weird thing, by the way, there's Abraham Eidelson is one of the great historians of Jewish music and cantorial stuff. And he has a whole thing, and I don't read music, so I don't really understand it completely. But he claims that when Eov stopped being recited on Tisha B'Av by Ashkenazim, that the trop that we used on the Yom Noraim is a descendant of the old Eov tune, of the Eov Nusach. He says, because really, he says, again, it's a whole theory. He says that there's a Zohar that says when you read about the death of Aaron's sons on Yom Kippur, you're supposed to cry. You're supposed to feel the tragedy of Aaron's sons dying. So he says that, and basically, if you look at very old Maharam, there's notations on Yom Kippur by the laning, right, to make a sad tune. And he says that basically his theory, and again, I don't know enough about musicology, I'm just telling you, right? His theory is that Eov's tune, which again, it was a tune that was all about loss and tragedy and inexplicable tragedy, right, gets transferred. Achareinos, Shnei Bnei Aaron. And the truth is, it travels from there to Rosh Hashanah for the Akedah, right? Because the Akedah is, and we could give a whole shiur a different time about the connections between Eov and the Akedah, but there's a lot of stuff going on. The Medrash clearly understood the Akedah through the lens of Eov, so maybe it's still with us on some level. There's a little bit of that old custom. So why do we read Eov? Or why did we read Eov? Why do some people read Eov on Tisha B'Av? So there's one set of the Jewish response to tragedy and suffering. Right? One piece of it, and it cannot be denied, is l'cha shamatzah. God is justified. V'lo bosh zapon. Right? And we're guilty. Right? You can't deny that that is part of Jewish theology. But Eov is a different perspective within the Masorah on the question of suffering, of pain, of tragedy. That Eov is a good guy. And all these terrible things happen. He loses all his possessions. He becomes infected with boils, incurable boils. And lo aleinu, he loses all of his children. And he's standing there, he's in the ashes to try to relieve the suffering of his skin. He's scratching himself with a potsherd. And his friends come to visit him. And his friends have all kinds of theories. They want to try to explain why this is happening. And Eov rejects them one after the other, and says none of this makes sense. And finally, HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself comes to Eov, and he doesn't give him an answer. He says, basically, you're not God. You don't get to see the books. You don't understand why these things are happening. Right? You are a mortal, so you don't understand how the world works. But he doesn't say you're guilty. He doesn't say you're a sinner. He says it's a mystery. And the truth is some kind of a fusion of the two. Right? Somehow both are true. And the idea, on the one hand, right, very much fundamental to Tisha B'Av is the idea of sin and punishment. That is a bedrock belief, and we can't let go of that. But at the same time, that Eov keeps us humble. Right? We don't know. There are all kinds of people in the world who know, right? They know why God does things. Right? Something happens in the world, there's a tragedy, boom! They know exactly why God, it's because of it, and it's usually an avera that somebody else did, right? That caused that thing to happen. Right? They're Yodea Das Elya. They know the mind of God. So you know who knows the mind of God in the Chumash? Bilam. Right? So it's a little bit the base measure of Bilam. You know exactly why you can control God, and you know why God does what he does. So really our Tisha B'Av has to be both Eicha and also Eov. Right? It needs to have both. And what's interesting is that even, we don't have time to really develop this the way that it should be. I mentioned Dr. Yael Siegler's amazing, amazing book on Eicha. And she points out that in Eicha itself, the truth is it ricochets back and forth. Right? There's what we term the Eicha perspective and the Eov perspective are both there. There's an amazing medrash. It's a psikta. Medrash of the psikta. And the medrash goes through and compares how if you look through the way that Yerushalayim, the Jewish people, is described in Eicha, in Yirmiyah, in Yeshaya, Eov uses the same language about himself. Right? That the two stories, right? And there's a whole machlokes Gemara whether all of Eov is a parable. If it's really the story of one person or not. And the Psikta says maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but it's also the story of Yerushalayim. And then even again within Eicha itself, it goes back and forth. So I came across a Yemenite book of Minhagim, and I have to be honest with you, like I'm not really an expert in Yemenite customs. I'm not sure how common this is, but apparently in some Yemenite communities, before they get to Eov, right, they have an Eicha trop and an Eov trop. But in Eicha, they go back and forth between Eicha and Eov trop. Right, when they come to the third chapter of Eov, right, the third chapter starts on Yai Gever, right, I'm the man, right, and the third chapter tells the story, right, it's a very personal story. And maybe it's not about the big national themes anymore. It's not about Chait and Shuva and so forth. It's about a person suffering. So then they switch to Eov trop for that chapter. So this blew me, it's interesting. I don't know if there's a minhag some people have among Ashkenazim to use a different trop for the third parak of Eicha than the rest of it. Right? You can hear it online. They're recording to the other, and I've been places that use it. And then maybe it's that, again, it's that same kind of idea, right? Of that we need to somehow bring the world of Eov, the world of Eicha together. And they're not really so separate, right? It's not, mortals don't understand how God operates, right? And the idea that L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka is part of the story, but it's not the whole story either, right? That we're balanced between the world of Eicha and the world of Eov. We'll pick up L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka on page 240. Father, Naya Hatzdaka. Father, Hatzdaka, but go and be careful. I just want to quickly share something I think I share almost every year. I have this, I try to every year kind of start Kinos fresh to bring new material. It's a mania of mine. So I heard my Rebbe, Rabbi Mordechai Willig, I've never been at his Kinos, but he does Kinos every year for many years in Camp Marashah in the Kollel there. Where I assume my son Chasky is hearing Rabbi's Kinos now. So Rabbi Willig's son Rafael Willig, I saw in Eretz Yisrael a few weeks ago, told me that his father essentially says the same thing every year. Right? He's 40 years or something. He's been doing Kinos, and he basically says the same things. Again, it's a camp, so there's like a little bit of a revolving audience, but it's really Bashita. It's really an approach. Rabbi Willig holds that when it comes to Pesach and Tisha B'Av, that those are days of building Jewish memory, right? And the idea is, the goal is not to say chidushim, is not to come up with new ideas, right? But to come up with core ideas, right, and internalize them. And the internalization actually comes through repetition. So I haven't changed my my approach. I still try to find new stuff to say, but I'm thinking about the power of repetition and certain things that I come back to. So there's a verse that's actually in the Art Scroll Kinos, where I think I saw it for the first time. There's a line that talks about the guilt from the Chet HaEgel, the golden calf. It identifies biyom hikravnu lefanav solas ushamen udvash, about the sacrifice given to the golden calf. And cites a Rashi in Sefer Yecheskel, right, that says that the Jewish people, what do they sacrifice to the Egel HaZahav? So what do they have to sacrifice? They sacrificed man, right? They went out the man that God gave them, right? The miraculous food they had, that's what they gave to the golden calf. And I feel like that's like the ultimate chutzpah, right? And I think that this really is like, that always touches me. You know, there's a tefillah printed in the Maharam called tefillah, the Master of Yom Kippur, called tefillah zaka. Right? So tefillah zaka it's a form of vidui, right? According to many Rishonim, you should say vidui right before Yom Kippur starts. Right? So tefillah zaka is a fulfillment of that opinion. So in tefillah zaka, it talks about the idea that God gave us these amazing bodies and minds, right? And we've used them to countervene his will. Right? It's tremendous kind of chutzpah, right? Every avera that we do, right, uses, right, the hands that God gave us, right, and the nervous system that God put in our body, right, and our brains, and we see with our eyes and our ears, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if you think about it that way, it makes the avera so much worse, right? Because it's not just that I'm not doing what God wants; I'm taking what God gave me for a purpose, right, and turning it in a different direction. Right? And the ultimate symbol, right, is you're taking the fabulous, the miraculous, and using it for sin. Right? At the end of the day, really, that our bodies are as wondrous, right, as the mun itself. So again, a little bit to repeat a little bit. Okay, we are going to move forward a little bit. Talk a little about the crusade, the first crusade. First crusade leaves its fingerprints all over the Kinos. It was unbelievably, and again, we'll speak for a moment. I apologize to any started in the room. We'll speak for a moment as Ashkenazi. And the first crusade was a unbelievably disruptive and traumatic event for Ashkenazi Jews. And it certainly was traumatic in terms of the unbelievable loss of life. It was also traumatic in the sense of the disruption of Masorah, right? And the idea of the traditions that are passed on that require stability, it requires teachers, it requires teachers and students. And the idea that so much is lost to the Jewish people, right? Through the loss of Talmidei Chachamim, the loss of yeshivas, the loss of students, loss that cannot necessarily be reconstructed, right? That we lose things that are important and elemental and so forth. So take one very small example that our Soloveitchik used to mention. So take a look on page 258 and 259. Torah, Torah, chigrisak, v'spal shiva afarim. Torah, Torah, gird yourself in sackcloth and roll in yourself in ashes. Make yourself mourn for your only son. Recite the most bitter eulogy over those who hold the oars and spread the nets, your sailors, those who man the ropes through the mighty waters of the sea of the Talmud. It's a very beautiful image. I remember that in the morning, my Rosh Yeshiva of Lichtenstein left the world. I just remember waking up in the morning, turning on my phone, seeing the news, just breaking into tears. And these were the words I sent to a bunch of friends in that moment. I couldn't think of anything better. The idea of the Torah mourning for those who have the ability, and here again the language is like expert sailors, right? That sail the sea of the Talmud. And they're not with us. And the idea that in the ravages of the motherland of Ashkenazi Jewry at that time had already started to spread out. But it all starts along the Rhine River, right? Which is the path that Crusaders took, devastating the communities, Worms, Magensa, Shapira, right? Devastating. And the idea that those of us who are left behind, right, how do we pick up the pieces? It's an interesting line here. So it says in the Hebrew, Mi yafli niziros, umi aroch nidorim. Who will now interpret the intricacies of Nazarite vows? And who will arrange the complex laws of oaths and their annulment? Now, it's interesting. You see there are a lot of brackets in the translation of that line. Right? You see that in a lot of brackets. In order to make sense of it, they had to put in a lot of brackets. So it seems that the explanation here, and this may be a shot in this Kinah, is the idea that sages, right, when you have a situation of a difficult shaila involving an oath, right? You go for Hataras in the dark. Right? You go to a sage who has the ability to unpack the oath or perhaps the Nazarite vow that's over here. It's interesting just to mention is a Mishnah in Nazir that talks about, right, when you made a vow to be a Nazir, you had to bring a sacrifice at the end to end your period of being a Nazarite. And the Mishnah talks about, what about those Nebuch, the poor Nazirim, during the time of the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash, who started it, and then there's no Beis HaMikdash to let them out. It's a little bit of an interesting, so it's an image, this is poetry. But there were no Nazirim at the time of the Crusades. Right? It's Davka picking rabbinic roles that were no longer current. So the Rav had a different explanation. He said, and I'm a little nervous to say this for anybody who's currently in the Daf Yomi cycle, who feels like they just got through Yevamos and like now it's smooth sailing. Nazir and Nidari are two of the most difficult Masechtas in Shas. There's no Rashi. And Tosfos points out a number of different locations. There's something strange about these tractates. They're actually the language. Tosfos uses the word Lashon Meshunah. They're weird language. They're words, there are phrasings that you don't find in anywhere else in Shas, except maybe Tmura. And like, you're a student of the Talmud, you think you're getting somewhere familiar, suddenly you're hearing all these words and phrases and expressions that you don't know what they mean. And you don't even have Rashi to take you by the hand and explain it. The only way to really, for most of history, to know these things is to have a Rebbe who has a tradition of how to understand it. So the Rav said, that's what Miyafli Naziros, Miyarach Nadarim is a play on words, right? What really it's saying is, who's going to explain me Nazir and Nadarim, right? And it's like, it's very literary, right? Because on the one hand, you're invoking the role of the Chacham, right? That the Chacham is able to be matur neder, right? To deal with the intricacies of the laws, but it's also who's going to teach me this. And the idea that when we focus on Jewish tragedy, right, whether it be the First Crusade, whether it be something more contemporary, part of what we're really focusing on, right, is the people that we lost, who contribute great things to our understanding of Torah. Right? There's so many, you think about great Torah leaders, great Torah teachers, and the things that they're able to accomplish, whether directly in terms of teaching Torah, or in terms of the institutions they build, the students they have. What would have happened if Rav Aaron Kotler had not escaped from Europe? What would the world look like today? Right? You go to Lakewood, maybe there'd be like one kosher hotel left, and that's it. No one would have imagined that was possible. What would have happened if the Lubavitcher Rebbe hadn't gotten out of Paris? Say he'd been deported to a concentration camp. Until then, he had been largely a super private individual. Very few people knew who he was. And then somewhere in a footnote to the history of Lubavitch and the Jewish people, say the Rebbe Rayatzer Lubavitch had a son-in-law named Menachem Mendel who was killed in the Holocaust. So on the one hand, Chasdi Hashem, we have these people. But who went up in smoke? Right? Things that we could not imagine. I will tell you, nobody, no historian, no sociologist, right, no student of Jewish history could have envisioned Beis Medrash L'Torah, Beis Medrash L'Talmud in Lakewood. The idea that a European-style yeshiva would thrive and transform the world. Doesn't make sense, right? But that's what Maharam and Schneer, that's what they built it. The contributions of Lubavitch should not have happened. Doesn't make sense. You can take someone's going to inspire a bunch of people with 1 foot in Russia, but they're going to go all over the world and bring Torah and bring Chassidus and bring Yiddishkeit to jungles in Southeast Asia and Africa behind the Iron Curtain. It doesn't make any sense. The Lubavitch Rebbe, Rav Koller, these are people with unbelievable eyes. They're the guys. But what else could exist in the world today? What else in Torah? What Nazir and Nidarim went up in smoke? We're not going to say all the Kinos on the First Crusade. And the Rav always say, when you say the Kinos on the Crusades, we say the words worms, Shvayer, and Magenza. But in his head, the Rav was saying all the cities he remembered, the Worms and the Warsaw and Vilna and Brisk. That's what he was saying. It's the same story. So in one of the Kinos that we're not going to say, it mentions the Esrim Shlosha B'Chodesh Ziv L'Tar, on the 23rd day of the month of Iyar, U'V'Chodesh HaShlishi, the Kriyas Halel L'Shorah. And he says, and we know this from the history books, the community of Worms was attacked twice in a week. Once on the 23rd of Iyar, and a week later on Rosh Chodesh Sivan. And it's again the image that it gives, that as they were saying Hallel, they were cut down. The day that's supposed to be a day of Yom Tov. And who was lost? So, I got a hold of a book a few months ago that I've been looking for a while. It's a book in English. It's an English translation of a Hebrew book. It's called Princes Among Men. It's the story of a terrorist attack that took place in Yeshivat Merkaz Harav on Rosh Chodesh Adar, of all months, about 13, 14 years. And what it is it was this Arab terrorist comes to the library of the yeshiva, and their guys, it was like 8 o'clock at night, their guys in the library because they were setting up the Beis Medrash for the Rosh Chodesh Chagiga. Right? It was Rosh Chodesh. I think the high school had gone to the Kotel, so they had the starkest guys, right, who didn't have time to go to the Kotel because they wanted to use the time learning. So you had guys from the high school, Yashlatz, Yeshivat Tzirim, and 3 Bachrim from the Beis Medrash are sitting in the library. Right, this terrorist walks in, starts shooting, and kills these 8 people. So the senior class of Yeshlatz that year published a book about these 8 boys, and solicited from their family members, their parents, their friends. It's heartbreaking. It's a heartbreaking book to read, because it's super real. Right? There's one boy who his parents are divorced, so there are letters from his father, his mother, his stepmother, and his stepfather, and they talk about the challenges of parenting in those circumstances. What a special kid he was, and they were all such love for Torah these kids had, and they're not. Some of them were already in Beis Medrash for a few years. So in the introduction, it talks about what it was like saying Hallel. Ma'ashiv Hashem kol tag miloi alai. How can I repay unto Hashem all the benefits bestowed on me? We sang in pain, and maybe we were already crying. Yakar b'nei Hashem, hamavsa l'chasida, precious in the sight of Hashem is the death of his righteous ones. We cried out. And by then we were all sobbing. Friday morning, Rosh Chodesh Adar Sheni, all the students of the yeshiva stood together weeping. Hashem, what a difficult night, perhaps the hardest night of our lives. We cannot fathom the extent of our loss, how much has been taken from us. During the Torah reading, the survivors go up to the bima and recite Birkas HaKomel with choked voices. This morning, those words take on new significance, more powerful than ever. Rav Weiss, the Rosh Yeshiva's voice breaks, and in the background, all of our voice can be heard. And the voice of the entire nation with us crying. It's hard for us to pray. The terrible images of the night before keep appearing before our eyes. And we know that today we have 8 funerals to attend. The funerals of our friends who are now Kedoshim. The prayers are over and some of our searing pain has receded. Breakfast is a silent affair. Everyone is lost in his own thoughts, preparing himself for the funerals. So I want to briefly just tell you about one kid. He's already in his early 20s. His name was Doron. And he was born in 1981 in an Ethiopian farming village in Ethiopia. His father was a very respected member of the community who used to spend a lot of his time studying Torah the way the Ethiopians did. He didn't know Hebrew. They had these old scrolls, books in Amharic of the translation of the Torah. That's all this community had. He spent a lot of time studying Amharic Torah with his son. And they were animal herders. They had cows, they had sheep, right? He literally, he was born in the Bronze Age. It's a totally, hard to imagine. In 1991, as a 10-year-old, he comes to Israel with his family during Operation Solomon. And he decides when he's in high school, he wants to go to Yeshiva Gedola, he wants to devote himself full-time to learning Gemara, and he transfers to Merkaz Arav. And he would come home from Yeshiva and he would sit with his father and read the Sifrei Torah in Amharic together. They were very close, and he was involved in trying to catch up his father, in this 2,500-year break from Klal Yisrael. They say he would come home, he would sit in Ashdod. When he was home, he used to, he'd hang out with his father, and he would sit in the Gerish Stiebel in Ashdod learning for Smicha. And he says he was like a big mass. You can only imagine it's a shul of Gerach Hasidim, right? And there's this Ethiopian bacher sitting there, breaking his head there on the Shach and the Taz, right? And they were so impressed and had no idea what to make of this kid. And he volunteered in his free time with Ethiopian kids in the immigration center in Vasseret Zion. And the people who knew him said he was finishing learning for Smicha. One of his friends said, I want to find one. It's pages and pages of stories about it. Little colored pictures from the kids in the immigrant center he used to volunteer with. A few months before the terror attack, somebody asked me about you regarding a shidduch. I said you would one day be one of the leading rabbis of the Ethiopian community. So who knows what could be today, almost 15 years later. Right? You have a community, the Ethiopian community. These are people, who suffered for centuries for Yiddishkeit, right? Suffered tremendously. Come to Israel. The adjustment has not been simple. The question of finding their religious place has not been simple. Who knows how many lives, right? How many Nazirim and Nadarim and Naziris, right? He could have solved for people, right? These 8 kids, they were kids then. Today, these would be people who would be teaching Torah, building families, going out into Israeli society, right? The idea that each of these tragedies, right? And you talk about the First Crusade, the families that could have come from these people. What could be today? How many more people would be sitting in shul, right? Just from these people that disappeared. If we're trying to wrap our heads on what we're mourning for, that's part of the story here on Tisha B'Av. So we'll say the Kinah V'Acharisha many. It's a very difficult Kinah in many ways. Again, it acknowledges, I don't know if we'll come to get this Tisha B'Av, it acknowledges the people who killed themselves in a state of despair. But we'll spend a couple of minutes, page 254, Hacharisha. Harisha, man, you got that baby. Lo chasu gever viral banim tzrias tifara. Let's say it. Lalam rosh rosh and ra. Zochein legadelchem la Torah nakrivchem keola ve'aktara. Nizkei machnora. Hatsefuna min kol v'alumari v'seichi v'ayim. V'chol v'kol niyarim. Zizkim g'dalim v'tanim l'kav v'havatin shaychen ma'ik. Torah, Torah, chigrisa. Sorry. Diras nefesh v'chavolim v'tzirim v'chilyonei na'im samovis v'losim. Okay, the next Kinah, Eish Tukad, on page 304. It's interesting. It seems in the old Ashkenazi Minhagim, there were more tunes for Kinos. Who's to say we lost a lot of them? It was part of the experience was that people associate the Kinos with tunes. So one tune that has been kind of preserved is this Kinah H2 Kad Bikirbi, and perhaps part of the reason is that the Kinah which juxtaposes the highs and the lows of Jewish history, how good things were, B'Tsesim and Mitzrayim when I left Egypt, and how bad they were when I left Yerushalayim. And the idea of these 2 points of comparison, I think, very much speaks to the idea that we live. I mentioned the WWII says in Never Salechik that Pesach and Tisha B'Av are the 2 moments of Jewish memory in the year, and the idea that there's a connection, right, that lies between them. People might be familiar in a strange quirk in the calendar. The night of the Seder and the night of Tisha B'Av are always the same night of the week. Right, so this past year, right, Pesach was Friday night. Right, the first Seder was Friday night. Tisha B'Av should have been Friday night, got pushed off to Shabbos. And there's actually, again, if anybody wants, I can just copies for people to see. I'm standing that on a similar note, there's a Sephardi Kinah that does the same idea based on Manishtana, right? That it begins, right? Alechem edak dorsha esham mikem sheilos manishtana halayla zeh mikol alelos. That's the chorus of the Kinah, right? It's asking, how is this night different from other nights of the year? So we'll say Yesh Tukad B'Kirbi again. If you want to say Manishtana, you can say that yourselves as well. My voice is starting to give out, so again, if you could help, it's Tukad B'Kirbi lo si al tibi Teisim Mitzrayim Kineh Moira Lemna Naskir Teisim Yerushalayim Az Yashir Moshe Shir Lagid Moshe Teisim Mitzrayim Kanen Yirmiyah Nananiyah Teisim Yerushalayim Veisis Kanan V'Shachana V'Teisim Mitzrayim V'Chamas El Shachana L'Gana V'Teisim Yerushalayim Galayam Rama V'Chacham HaKama V'Teisim Mitzrayim Sanim Shatafu V'Arav Tavu V'Teisim Yerushalayim Legan Shamayim Mitzrayim Zumay Teisim Mitzrayim Lanam Ran Ayim Amorim Teisim Yerushalayim Ashkema Resim Asachorev Teisim Mitzrayim Kerei Lana Reisba Teisim Yerushalayim Marek Horada, Eshal Estefan, Avitezim Mitzrayim, V'Charev Tamam Nitush, Teisim Yerushalayim, Zavachumin Ravishem and Amishcha, Teisim Mitzrayim, Zavachumin Tam Netiv Avitezim Yerushalayim. Chagim v'Shabbos v'Mofisim v'Osas Teisim Mitzrayim Tanis v'Yevel Urda v'Hev Teisim Yerushalayim Tavu Olim L'Arba Degolim V'Teisim Mitzrayim Alei Yishmeim Machno Sarei V'Teisim Yerushalayim Yovel Ushmita, Eretz Shokita, Teisim Mitzrayim, Machar Litzmisa, Zachar Teisim Yerushalayim, Kaparis Ve'aran, Ve'anei Zikaron, Teisim Mitzrayim, Amnei Akelov, Yerushalayim, Leviim v'Aaronim, v'Shivim Zikenim, Teisim Mitzrayim, Nexim v'Mayim, Achrim v'Kohanim, Teisim Yerushalayim, Moshe Yirenu v'Aaron Yachad, Seizim Mitzrayim Nuchanetza Chanus Keisar Tzeisi Yerushalayim Narek Milchama Adam Neshama Tzeisi Mitzrayim Racham Minan Inayanan Tzeisi Yerushalayim Tzeisi Baruch Tzeisi Baruch Tzeisi Mitzrayim Allah Zaychem Tzeisi Yerushalayim I love Zvachim Shayni Chofim Tzeisi Mitzrayim Lechem Nikorim Tana Nikorim Tzeisi Yerushalayim Be'erim Mikvaz L'chavak Mikvaz Tzeisi Mitzrayim Shikais Yisrael Shikais Yisrael Tzeitzazav Ve'avshel Arav Tzeisi Mitzrayim L'shar nevuach v'radonai nera v'tzeisi Mitzrayim Rina v'yishua l'chatzotzos ha'tshura Tzeisi Mitzrayim l'makasos Shulchanim nara v'chalelu gitara v'tzeisi Mitzrayim Allah v'seyeva v'fasalu v'seyeva v'tzeisi Yerushalayim Torah seuda v'chlei achada v'tzeisi Mitzrayim Haisasan v'simcha v'nasya g'nanav Yerushalayim. Okay, we're after Chatzos. Anybody who prefers to sit on a regular chair is welcome to do so at this point. Okay, we'll say three last Kinos. Truncate just a couple of things. We have the custom of, after the Kinos, and the roots of the Kinos, especially the first Kinos, are very ancient, of saying a genre of Kinah that are referred to technically as Tzionim, as the Zions. And these are songs that are less about focusing on the destruction of Yerushalayim and more focusing on trying to remember what Yerushalayim was like, of inculcating a longing for Yerushalayim. That's interesting. I know that other people have this experience. Memory is very associated with taste, right? Taste, there's certain foods that are very, very evocative. I always find it striking. When I first started the rabbinate, when I was doing Hespedim for people, particularly grandmothers that I didn't know. Everybody talks about their grandmother's foods. Right? And somehow it's like unbelievably evocative of your memories of your grandmother, right? The special foods that she used to make. And I remember once being in Levaya years ago, and the maspid happened to be the guy with the nifter was a caterer. And the maspid, I just remember, was like a very kind of old school, kind of yelly kind of hespedim that are common in certain communities. And the guy screaming, I remember the lokshin kugel, the potato kugel. We associate memory with taste. And that can often be very poignant and even painful. Right? We talk at the beginning of Eicha. There's that image, the famous chapter of Tehillim that talks about the Jews in Bavel. Right? Sham yashavnu gam bachinu b'zachrenu es Tzion. We cried when we remembered Tzion. What they were crying was not the memories of the bloodshed and the atrocities. It was the good things, right? So there's a pasuk at the very beginning of Eicha, right? The pasuk says, Zachra Yerushalayim Yimei on Yom Rudeh. Yerushalayim remembers the day of her suffering and her sorrow. Kol Machmudeh Ashar treasures, beloved things from back in the day. And it's a funny kind of pasuk, because these are the two sides of the coin. We remember Yimei on Yom Rudeh. We remember the suffering and how terrible the suffering was. And we also poignantly remember how good it was. And Rashi says, what is Kol Machmadeh? It says, Zachras Tom Machmadeh, Shamimei Kedem remembers the good old days. So archaeologists this year announced that they found stone barrels of wine in Yerushalayim that dated back chemically. There's no wine left, unfortunately, but the barrels themselves dated to the time right before the Churban. And they tested it. They did like chemical analysis. They came up with a very interesting that the wine had been flavored with vanilla. Right? They found traces inside the barrels of vanilla, which vanilla does not grow in Eretz Israel. Right? It had to be imported from the east. It's a little bit of a metric of the wealth, right, of the aristocracy, nobility in Yerushalayim. Right? They were able to have. Now again, I am not a wine expert. That was a sub-theme of our trip to Israel in March as well. Right? So I don't know today if infusing wine with vanilla is considered, like a, good form. Right? But 2,500 years ago, that was posh. Right? And you imagine, right, our ancestors sitting in Bavel, remembering the vanilla-flavored wine of Yerushalayim. Right? And we know people did this in concentration camps. Right? They would sit and they would talk at night in the barracks about the foods that they remembered. Right? In Teresa, they would write down recipes on scraps of paper. So that's the Tzionim. Tzionim are, and they really reviewed Alevi, who was one of the great Chovei Tzion lovers of Eretz Israel, of Jewish history. He begins the genre of the Tzionim. Right? And then even though he lived in a very cushy and wealthy Golus, and he did very well for himself, all he could dream of was the opportunity to go to Eretz Israel. And I think that before we finish our recitation of Kinos, to remind ourselves that we live in a very, very different Tisha B'Av than much of Jewish history. And notwithstanding that we live at this Tisha B'Av where our brothers and sisters are under danger of rocket fire from Gaza, literally in live, like in real time, right? That there are people whose sirens are going off. I haven't had my phone, but I am sure there have been multiple sirens in the hours that we've sat together here in Shul. But I just got back. Tova Aretz Ma'od. The land is very, very good. And the idea that we sit, we're not just remembering atrocities, and we're not just trying to reconstruct how good it was back in the day, but that everybody has to come into Tisha B'Av with the sense of asking ourselves how we reconnect ourselves. Right? We're still yearning for the Beis Hamikdash. That still has. We're not done. We're not there. But we've gotten so far, and the ability, right, that we have. Again, it's not so simple, but at least in potential that any of us can make the story of Eretz Yisrael, the state of Israel, our story, right? At least on Tisha B'Av, you have to ask yourself why we're not doing that. And everybody's got their own answer to that question, and there are good answers. But you have to ask yourself the question, because all the people who wrote this book didn't get to ask themselves that question. And Yehuda Levi, it's not 100% clear if he even made it. At the end of his life, pulled up stakes, left the Gilded Gullus of Toledo, and makes his way to Eretz Yisrael. Maybe he made it there. We have a poem he wrote in Alexandria, waiting for the boat. There's stories he made it, he didn't make it. But he had such a dream. For us, the dream is so close to reality. But the one thing, I came across an article actually last week. I grew up in Bnei Kiva, so I got like pretty heavy duty brainwashing about this kind of stuff. And it was often offered as very binary. There was like either, I have this memory of a Israeli shliach like pacing around in a circle. It's 13, 14 years old, whatever it was, saying in a heavy Israeli accent. It says, when you say Shana Haba B'Yerushalayim at the end of the Seder, you lie! And it was kind of like, I'm 13 here, So I came across this article by Yishai Fleischer, who's one of these Hasbara people, who said that maybe it's a mistake to frame this as an either-or question. Like, in other words, either you've made Aliyah or you haven't. He says, but the idea of changing of the idea, we live in the age where Navi is coming to life, where the Jewish people is coming back to Eretz Yisrael, the Jews were governing ourselves of our army, right? Unbelievable agriculture, more Torah than existed maybe in all of Jewish history being learned in Eretz Yisrael. And to find him am I on that team or not? Yes, maybe I'm, for now, right, I'm an American, right? And they have good reasons why I have to stay here, why I can't go there. But to view myself as part of the team, right? And whether doing something, even a little bit of something, to make ourselves more Eretz Yisrael than Jews, right? To feel more, right? To say, he says, only make Kiddush on wine from Israel. Again, for a wine person, there's a lot of good wine from Israel today. But there's the idea of being able to live life not just on Tisha B'Av, right? But throughout the year, feeling I'm connected to Eretz Yisrael, right? That's an incredible thing, right? And you wonder, how Rabbi Yehuda Levi sitting in Pittsburgh with us, right? How he would say his own. Say the Kinah for Rabbi Yehuda Levi. Rabbi Yehuda Levi's Tzion Halosi Shali on page 328 will then follow. We've spoken about the Holocaust. It's hard in our lifetime not to keep coming back to the Holocaust again and again. On Tisha B'Av, and then we'll end with Eli Tzion. So Tzion Halosi Shali on page 328. Tzion Halosi Shali L'Shlom Asirai. Yom Mizrach Mitzafon V'Seim Shalom Racham Sir Tzikva Libi Leveis El V'Lifnei El Mod Yemel Shom Ashchuna Ashchina Shechuna Lo Yitzrech B'Asach L'Mol Shari Shachak Sharayir L'Chvod Adonai Levada Yimorei V'Yitzar V'Shosha Ad Beis Melucha, Ad Kisei Chorel, Ve'eich Yoshevu Avodim, Ale Kisos Kvirayich, Haimit Neini, Meshote B'mkomos Asher Niklu Elohim, L'chozayich V'tzirayich, Yaseh Lichmafayim Archig Nedod. Tashtomim Elei Chevron Nivchar Kvorayich, Chaye neshamos avir artzeich murderer kasafroch. The nofest sufna rayich, Komar onech asher nignaz kom krov achasham. Edgar Oliva. Tzion klilas yofi ava v'chein overim limod. Vach niksheru nafshos chaveirayich. Hem asmeichim l'shal v'sei v'akoavim al shom v'sei u'pochim al shvarayich gorshim pishoafim v'shtachivim ishmim komo alei nochach sharayich. Shreyamanach shagolov v'spazr mehar l'kivov. Shina v'fasros Mi Yadamu Mashiachayich, Vel Mi Nevi'ayich, Vel Mi Levayayich, B'Shirayich, Shani V'Kol L'Chosel. Yivoch L'Moshevo Alai Elohayich, V'Ashrei Enosh Yivchar, V'Yikra, V'Yishkon B'Chatz Nirayich. Ashrei Mechakev V'Yagia, V'Yireh Alos Orech, V'Yibakru Alav Shacharayich, L'Ros B'Tuas B'Chirayich, L'Alos B'Simchaseis, V'Shuveich Elei Kadmus Nirayich. Care for the Holocaust, page 384. Zichron HaKohanim Kol Yisrael. Ki Shmida Germania, Samina Bimei Zama Milcham. Al Tishku V'Chol Adoros, Adei Siskru L'Ros V'Necham. Agas Cham Chlios Ham. Suvum Skur V'Akronim. Katzon L'Tevach Yuval, Suvum Kipshonim. V'Karim Shema Yisrael, Masru Nafsham Adonai Adonim. Tmeila Dim Rakim Tzayakim Elachun Adam Nikam Na Nikam Adam V'Sam V'Tapen Hashem V'Los Chayek Kol Neshama Asrei V'Sam V'Joshos V'Atech Nesiyos Rivos Sefer Torah V'Lamdan Nikonin V'Shiyos Shalach V'Yish V'Kdashayel Yadin Magoyim Alek Vios Akushan Adama Alfeiros Mitzvah Arsos a ropa kilosa Neichlin Kam Misora Yom Balin Artsein Ulayozek Kilayonara Rachim Al Sheriseinu Abenami Shamayim The Machanos Aktushim Piat Benachamenu Kiflayim, Ramamenu Avienu, Letzion, Mirushalayim. Page 390. Letzion, Hara, Snavisha, Letzira, Kagurasa, Ahavamira, Alem, Hashem.
Yeah, that one. So this is what? This is a Timani. What? This one's Spark. Yeah, it's Edgar.
Mincha at 2:00 downstairs. What? The first mincha is at 2:00 downstairs. And then the second one is 8. Yeah. Did it downstairs. Come on, let me back. Good night, Caesar.